You imagine your life as a chain of choices, small victories of the will against circumstance. But every step you take, every thought that surfaces, may already be carved into the architecture of your biology, your culture, your history. What if your freedom is nothing but a ritual mask, worn by something older, colder, and indifferent beneath? You think you are choosing right now to let your eyes move across these words. You think you are in the act of decision, an agent steering, your focus, selecting one possibility over another. But neuroscience has already dismantled that illusion. In 1983, Benjamin Libet recorded the phenomenon that should have ended the conversation about free will, the readiness potential. Electrodes revealed that the brain begins preparing to act a full third of a second before you become aware of deciding. The signal fires first, and only after it has already committed does your consciousness arrive, like a child rushing after a parade, pretending it was the one who started the march. Think carefully when you decide to lift a finger, or to stand, or to speak. The event has already been scripted beneath your awareness. Your consciousness lags behind like a commentator narrating a game it cannot influence. The I you cling to is late to its own life. You are not the player. You are the broadcast. This delay is not trivial. 300 milliseconds is an eternity in the electrical theater of the brain. In that span, the future is already unfolding while your conscious voice rehearses its rationalizations. What you call intention is merely a translation of what was already done. You retroactively assign authorship to actions that were never yours. You cannot help it. Your brain is structured to deceive you into believing in agency, because without that deception, the machinery would falter. This raises an unbearable question. If you do not author your actions, what is left of you? You do not choose your desires, your impulses, your sudden thoughts. You do not select the childhood that shaped your reflexes, the genetic wiring that tilted your temperament, the chemical fluctuations that determine your mood. Yet you insist, against all evidence, that you are free. Why? Because the illusion is adaptive. It helps the organism survive. But usefulness is not truth. Survival is not freedom. Imagine a chess program that computes its next move before its interface displays anything. The calculation occurs, then the program flashes a message. I decided to move the rook. The message is a performance for the user. The program never decided. It simply executed. This is what you are. Your conscious awareness is the interface. The computation is buried. You are the afterimage of necessity, dressed in the language of choice. Even Libet himself attempted to salvage a shred of human dignity by suggesting the existence of free won't, that consciousness, arriving slightly late, could veto actions before they are carried out. But even this hope collapses. Under later studies, neural preparations for vetoes can be detected just as they can for actions. The veto itself is already pre-written, already determined. The ghost of freedom disappears in layers until there is nothing left but the machine. Now consider the broader implications. If your readiness potential fires before your awareness, then every act you take is not a choice, but a revelation of what you are always going to do. This means that responsibility, morality, punishment, and reward all operate on a fiction. Society is built upon the lie of agency, punishing individuals for crimes they could not avoid, rewarding individuals for virtues they never authored. Justice becomes a ritual of blame cast upon machinery. You want to resist this conclusion because its implications rot the foundations of identity. But resistance is itself only another automated reaction, predetermined by your wiring. And so you retreat into familiar rationalizations. Maybe we have partial freedom. Maybe the unconscious is still us. But ask yourself if you do not control your unconscious, how can it be you? You cannot even choose the next thought that will enter your head. Pause here and try. Decide what your very next thought will be. Wait, did you choose it? Or did it simply appear? Thoughts arrive, like uninvited guests, and you mistake yourself for their host. You do not command them. You only notice them. This fact folds into the deeper paradox. If you are not choosing your thoughts, then the you that thinks you are choosing is also just another thought. Identity itself is recursive, a self-description generated after. The fact, you are not a decider. You are the echo of decisions already made. From this vantage, every memory collapses into inevitability. Every crossroads in your past was never a crossroads. You could not have done otherwise. The sense that you might have chosen differently is the cruelest hallucination of all. That alternative life you imagined, the partner you never met, the job you never took, the words you never said, never existed. It was impossible because you could not have willed it. You could imagine otherwise, but you could never live otherwise. Your life has only one path, the one already inscribed in the fabric of neurons and circumstance dot. And so the question grows. Heavier, intolerable. If you cannot choose, if you cannot will, if you cannot control even the flicker of attention that carried you to this sentence, then what exactly are you? Before you could walk, speak, or even understand what a choice was, your nervous system was being sculpted. Neurons wiring together, pruning, strengthening synapses in response to forces you did not invite. Your DNA, a silent code written long, before your birth, determined the limits of your temperament, your potential, your vulnerabilities. You were not consulted when your genetic lottery was drawn. You were not asked to approve your parents' traumas or the socioeconomic environment that would cradle or crush you. Yet all of these became the clay of your mind. What you call yourself is simply the sum of conditions you never authored. Psychologists call this the problem of genetic and environmental determinism. Studies on identical twins separated at birth reveal eerie similarities in personality, career choices, even idiosyncratic habits like laughter or taste. Two strangers raised in different households, cities apart, still find themselves mirroring each other's quirks. A twin you never met is out there right now, making decisions you believe are yours alone. Tell me, how much freedom do you have if your personality is written not by will, but by replication? The environment you inhabit is no less coercive. Language itself was not invented by you, yet it frames your thoughts. You think in words provided by ancestors, by culture, by forces long gone. Try to imagine an original thought outside the boundaries of language. You will fail. Your imagination is chained to grammar, to concepts smuggled in by the very tongue you inherited. Even rebellion takes the shape dictated by history. You can scream against the system, but you will scream in its words. Consider the work of B.F. Skinner, whose behaviorist experiments reduced choice to conditioning. Pigeons, rats, and eventually humans pressed into predictable patterns of reinforcement and punishment. Skinner argued that your so-called freedom is merely ignorance of the causes shaping your behavior. You do not act freely. You act because your environment rewarded or punished you until you moved in line. Your laughter, your fears, your ambitions. Conditioned responses dressed up as autonomy, but it grows darker still. Neuroscience has shown that trauma leaves chemical scars in the brain, reshaping amygdala, hippocampus, prefrontal cortex. That means your childhood pain may have literally rewired your nervous system, embedding reflexes that masquerade as choices. If you feel compelled toward self-destruction, or if you feel strangely drawn to situations that mirror your early wounds, this is not freedom. It is repetition compulsion, Freud's term for the drive to unconsciously repeat past trauma. The past does not just haunt you, it puppeteers you. Now recall your earliest memory. Can you truly say you chose anything before that? Even? That memory itself is reconstructed, altered, a fragile distortion reassembled by your brain each time you recall it. Your childhood, the stage on which you think you began choosing, is itself a script you cannot trust. What you call your history is a hallucination, edited continuously, and you mistake this shifting ground for identity. Philosophy calls this the problem of the unmoved mover. If every decision requires a prior cause, biology, culture, trauma, where does the chain begin? If you truly are free, then there must be some point where you initiated yourself. But where is it? Did you choose your brain? Did you choose the century of your birth? Did you choose your desire for freedom itself? The regress collapses, infinite and unresolvable. To assert freedom is to assert that something arose without, cause an absurdity that violates the very logic of the world. And yet, you persist in the story of selfhood, because to abandon, it is to stare into the abyss. The abyss whispers that your thoughts are not yours, that your values are borrowed, that your very sense of morality is an echo of forces you did not author. When you feel righteous anger, it is not your justice. When you feel love, it is not your gift. When you feel guilt, it is not your conscience. Each is a program, running on a machine you did not build, speaking in a voice that only pretends to be your own. Think of history. Every tyrant, every executioner, every revolutionary each claimed to be choosing. But what if they too were merely enacting the necessities of biology and circumstance? Hitler's rise, Gandhi's resistance, the firing squad's trigger finger, all inevitable given the conditions. The horrors and triumphs of history dissolve into inevitability, a sequence of dominoes falling. If you condemn the guilty or celebrate the virtuous, you are praising or punishing gears in a mechanism. Where then does responsibility go? Where then does meaning survive? Even your rebellion against these words, your instinct to resist, is not yours. The irritation you feel, the need to protect your fragile belief in freedom, the quiet voice saying, "This cannot be true," those are patterns laid down by genes and environment. You are not pushing back against me. You are enacting your design. So I ask you again, if you never chose your own mind, if you never authored the frame in which choice occurs, how could you ever claim to be free? You trust memory as the archive of your identity. You imagine it as a storehouse, a film reel that can be replayed with accuracy. Without memory, who would you be? Without the story of your past, how would you know yourself? Yet every experiment in cognitive psychology confirms the same unbearable fact. Memory is not storage, it is fabrication. Each recollection is a reconstruction, altered by suggestion, emotion, and time. You are stitched together from distortions. Elizabeth Loftus, one of the foremost researchers on memory, demonstrated this fragility with surgical precision. She planted false memories in participants' minds, convincing them they had been lost in shopping malls as children, or even that they had met Bugs Bunny at Disneyland, a character who never appeared there. With only a few carefully worded suggestions, subjects would not only recall these events, but invent sensory details, what they were wearing, what the air smelled like. The mind obligingly manufactured fiction and filed it under truth. If your memories can be rewritten so easily by external suggestion, what confidence can you have in the ones you most cherish? That first kiss, the sound of your mother's voice, the humiliation that shaped you, the betrayal you never forgot. What if each is merely an evolving novel written by neurons desperate for coherence? When you remember, you are not opening a box. You are editing a manuscript, introducing new errors, reshaping the narrative to fit the self you need to believe in today. That the irony is brutal. Your sense of continuity, the very illusion of a stable you, depends on this unreliable process. Without memory, there would be no identity. But if memory is fabrication, then what are you? A character assembled from distortions, walking through a script you think is your life. Consider this. Every time you recall an event, the neural trace destabilizes. The proteins reshuffle, the pathways weaken, the trace is rewritten. Neuroscientists call this reconsolidation. Each memory is like a file that becomes corrupted every time it is opened, until eventually the content bears little resemblance to the original, yet you cling to it as if it were sacred. You say, "I know what happened," but what you mean is, "I know the story I have rehearsed enough times that I mistake it for fact." Even collective history obeys this principle. Nations tell themselves stories about their origins, stories that shift across generations. Myths calcify into facts. Facts dissolve into silence. Wars are remembered differently by the victors and the defeated. Entire populations live under incompatible memories, each convinced of their truth, which means history itself is not a record, but a hallucination agreed upon by the powerful. If the foundations of collective memory are lies, then the entire edifice of civilization rests on fabrication. But turn inward again. Think of the memories you regret, the ones that keep you awake at night. How certain are you that they unfolded as you recall? Perhaps you replay a humiliation again and again, sharpening its edges until it becomes more severe than it ever was. Or perhaps you soften betrayals, invent excuses for others, because your psyche cannot bear to live with the cruelty of reality. Either way, you are altering the record. You are not recalling, you are revising, and this raises an unbearable thought. If memory is fabrication, then perhaps there is no stable past at all. Perhaps the past exists only as the unstable, shifting collection of fictions we call memory. Without memory, the concept of continuity vanishes. Without continuity, a self vanishes. You become a collection of false reports, stitched together into a costume called identity. Now imagine a thought experiment. If all of your memories were replaced tonight, every face, every story, every emotion with another complete set, how would you know the difference? You would awaken tomorrow, certain that you were still you. You would fight to defend memories you never lived, feel nostalgia for moments that never occurred. If your sense of self can be rewritten so absolutely, what exactly are you protecting when you say, "This is my life"? Even more chilling is the possibility that this has already happened, that what you remember of yesterday is already corrupted beyond recognition, that what you recall of your childhood is nothing but a story, rewritten dozens of times until the original truth is unrecoverable. In a sense, you live in amnesia every day, but you are too entranced by the coherence of the illusion to notice that. If your freedom depends on memory, then your freedom is gone. Because memory is not free, it is imposed, altered, manipulated. You did not choose which moments would scar you, which joys would be erased by time, which traumas would be magnified. And you cannot choose how your mind reshapes them. Your so-called self is nothing more than a myth told by a faulty narrator. So, ask yourself, if everything you remember is a lie you cannot detect, then what is left of the you who claims to have lived it? You live inside the story of time. Morning follows night, yesterday precedes today, and you imagine yourself moving along a line, carrying your past behind you and your future ahead. You measure your life in years, months, minutes. You feel the flow as if it were real, as if time itself were a river carrying you forward. But physics whispers something darker. Time may not flow at all. What you think of as the passage of time may be nothing more than the way your brain processes change. A hallucination so total, you cannot step outside it. Einstein destroyed the comfort of universal time. In his theory of relativity, there is no single now that all observers share. Time bends with speed and gravity. A clock on a satellite ticks differently from a clock on Earth's surface. Two observers moving differently will not agree on which events are simultaneous. What you call the present is not a universal stage, but a fractured perspective. The present is relative, and relativity makes a mockery of your intuition. If the present is not absolute, then what does it mean to say you are here now? From this collapse arises the block universe interpretation. Imagine all moments past, present, future existing at once, like pages in a book. You experience them sequentially, but that is a limitation of perception, not of reality. In the block universe, your birth, your first heartbreak, your eventual, death all coexist, fixed, immutable. You are not moving through time. You are a creature trapped inside it. You feel flow because your brain stitches frames together like a projector. But the real already contains every frame. If this is true, then free will dies another death. You do not change the future because the future already exists. You cannot undo the past because the past is as real as this moment. Every decision you think you make was always written, already embedded in the structure of space-time. You are like a character in a film, believing each new scene is an improvisation, when in fact the entire script has been completed from the beginning. You can scream at the screen, but the movie does not change. Even worse, neuroscience supports this illusion. Studies show that the brain does not perceive time directly. It constructs time from change and memory. Remove memory, and time collapses into an eternal present. Remove perception of change, and time disappears altogether. The philosopher Augustine confessed, "What then is time? If no one asks me, I know. If I wish to explain, I know not." 2,000 years later, physics and neuroscience confirm his dread. You never understood time. You only hallucinated it. The paradox deepens when you consider entropy, the so-called arrow of time. You believe time moves forward because you see order dissolve into disorder. A glass shatters, smoke disperses, stars burn out. But the equations of physics themselves are time-symmetric. They do not demand a forward arrow. The arrow is imposed by your limited vantage, by the fact that you remember the past, but not the future. Time points forward only because your brain is asymmetrical, storing traces of what came before, but not of what is to come. If your brain stored both equally, would you experience time at all? Think of this carefully. You have never seen the future, but the future is no less real than the past. You only lack access. This means your life is not unfolding. It is already complete. You do not move from birth to death. You are already both. The you that is reading this and the you that is dying are equally present in the block universe. You are simply trapped in one slice, believing in sequence because you cannot perceive the whole. And so another illusion crumbles. You believe you have time to change, time to act, time to become, but there is no becoming. There is only being, fixed and unalterable. Your sense of movement through time is just a glitch in perception. You are not a traveler. You are a statue, glimpsed moment by moment, giving the false impression of motion. Consider the horror of this thought. If the future already exists, then your death has already happened. It is not waiting for you. It is already real already, written into the structure of reality. You are simply too narrow to perceive it. You are walking toward an event that has already arrived. From the universe's perspective, you are already gone. This annihilates more than free will. It annihilates hope, because hope depends on the possibility that the future is open, that you can shape it. But if the block universe is correct, there is no openness. There is only inevitability. Every smile you will ever give, every failure, every loss, it has already occurred. You only discover it by passing through the illusion of time. And yet, even knowing this, you cannot escape the sensation of flow. You wake, you eat, you age, you die, you feel progression. But what if this sensation is no different from the optical illusion of motion you see in a flipbook? What if all you are doing is watching still frames, believing in continuity that does not exist? So ask yourself, if time itself is not flowing, if past, present, and future are equally frozen, then what is the you who thinks it is moving through them? You walk through the world convinced there is a single, continuous you behind your eyes, a central witness, a stable owner of your thoughts, a narrator who experiences and decides. But neuroscience, psychology, and philosophy all converge on the same devastating conclusion. The self is not a thing. It is a process, a fleeting construction, a hallucination generated by the brain to maintain coherence. The I you cling to has no center dot. Begin with the phenomenon of split-brain patients, studied after Roger Sperry and Michael Gazzaniga pioneered surgeries severing the corpus callosum. These patients emerged with two hemispheres unable to communicate. When one hemisphere was shown an image, the other hemisphere remained unaware. And yet, each hemisphere could act independently. The left hand would select an object the right hemisphere had seen, even though the patient verbally denied any knowledge, because speech resides in the left hemisphere. In experiments, one hemisphere could draw a snow scene while the other hemisphere insisted only a chicken claw was visible. Each half of the brain lived in its own partial world. But when asked to explain the contradiction, the speaking hemisphere invented a coherent story, weaving the chicken claw and snow into a false narrative. The patient did not experience fragmentation. They experienced unity because the brain's interpreter could not tolerate incoherence. The self was not truth. It was confabulation that your own brain is no different. There is no central you sitting at the controls. There are modules, processes, circuits competing and collaborating. Some parts handle vision, others language, others fear, others memory. Out of this chaos, your brain generates the illusion of a unified self because fragmentation would paralyze you. But this unity is no more real than a nation pretending to be a single organism when it is actually millions of individuals. You are not one. You are many. Daniel Dennett calls this the center of narrative gravity. Just as gravity is not a physical object, but a convenient abstraction. So the self is not a substance, but a pattern. It is a story your brain tells itself, a fictional character who happens to narrate your life. You mistake the narrator for the author, but the author does not exist. The Buddhist doctrine of anatta, the absence of self, anticipated this truth centuries ago. The self is an aggregate of sensations, perceptions, memories, and consciousness, constantly shifting, never stable. You cling to the illusion of permanence, but nothing permanent can be found. Science now confirms what monks intuited. Your identity is a hallucination layered over impermanence. Even everyday psychology exposes the cracks. Think of times you acted out of character. Who was in control then? Think of dreams in which you performed unthinkable acts only to wake horrified. Who was that you? Think of moments of rage or ecstasy when you said or did things you did not plan, then later apologized as though another self had taken over. Which version is real? None. They are all fragments, stitched together by memory, given coherence by narrative. Now imagine this. If you remove memory, the self dissolves instantly. Patients with advanced Alzheimer's no longer recognize family, no longer recall their own names, yet still breathe, still speak, still laugh. The body continues. The illusion collapses. If the self were real, it would not vanish so easily. And if the self is hallucination, what does that mean for free will? If there is no central agent, then who is free? Who chooses? No one. Choices arise from unconscious processes, and the hallucinated self takes credit afterward. The very grammar of I think, I decide, I want is false. The thought occurs, the decision emerges, the desire rises. The I was never there. This collapse extends beyond the individual. Nations, religions, corporations, all are selves at larger scales. They too construct narratives of continuity, pretend to have a stable identity, but they are only aggregates, stitched together by stories, operating without a true center. Just as you are not a unified agent, neither is the collective. Civilization itself is a hallucination pretending to coherence. Now look inward. Who is reading these words? Is it the same you who began this project? Already, your chemistry has shifted. Your neural activity has evolved. Your sense of self is altered. Tomorrow, you will not be the same. In a week, your body will have replaced billions of cells. In a year, you will scarcely resemble the organism you are today. Yet you insist it is the same you. That insistence is the hallucination. And here lies the most unbearable question. If the self is an illusion, then who suffers when you feel pain? Who regrets? Who hopes? Who fears death? The illusion does. The hallucination does. And yet, even knowing it is false, you cannot step outside it. The dreamer cannot awaken from the dream, because the dreamer is the dreamed out. So tell me, if the you trust is only a fragile hallucination, then who is it that believes they are alive? You imagine your thoughts as private possessions, yours alone, arising from the hidden sanctum of your mind. Yet every word, every image, every concept that flickers across your consciousness is borrowed. You did not invent your language. You did not design your categories. Even the structure of your logic was handed to you, a framework inherited from culture, evolution, and history. You believe you are thinking, but you are only repeating patterns placed in you by forces beyond your control. Consider language first. Try to form a thought outside of it. You cannot. Even when you imagine something wordless, an image, a sensation, you translate it almost immediately into words to understand it. Those words are not yours. They were carved by ancestors, shaped by centuries of use, loaded with meanings you did not choose. The very word freedom carries with it histories of wars, constitutions, revolutions, blood. The word love drags behind it myth, biology, poetry, hormonal binding. You think you are having an original thought, but every word you use is a tunnel dug long before you arrived. This extends into concepts themselves. Numbers, morality, justice, truth, none of these originated with you. They are collective hallucinations passed from mind to mind. When you use them, you are not thinking independently. You are participating in an ancient inheritance. The categories that frame your reality, space, time, causality, are embedded by evolution, not chosen by you. Immanuel Kant argued that these categories are preconditions of human experience, filters through which reality is forced to pass. You cannot escape them. They imprison you in a way of thinking that may not reflect reality at all. Now think of influence more directly. Every story you've ever read, every face you've ever seen, every advertisement that flashed across your eyes, each left a trace. Neurologists call this priming. A word, an image, a sound, even if unnoticed, can shift your decisions minutes or hours later. A photograph of an elderly person can slow your walking pace. Words associated with money can make you more selfish in a game. You believe your thought arose freely, but it was triggered by a cue you never noticed. How many of your decisions were nothing but echoes of stimuli long forgotten? Even the boundaries of your imagination are not yours. When you dream of futures, when you fantasize about possibilities, the content is recycled from culture. The movies you watched, the myths you absorbed, the media that saturates your environment, these become the raw material of your original thoughts. You cannot imagine what your culture does not provide. You cannot think beyond the limits of your programming. And then comes the darker revelation. Many of your thoughts are not even accessible to you. Cognitive science shows that unconscious processing dominates nearly all mental activity. Conscious thought, the voice in your head, is a thin trickle compared to the flood occurring beneath. You notice a fraction of what your brain computes. Decisions, preferences, emotions all arise first unconsciously, then surface as thoughts you pretend you authored. You are not thinking. Thinking is happening to you. This should unsettle you most in moments of moral certainty. When you say, "I believe this is right," where did that belief come from? Your family? Your religion? The country that raised you? Studies show that moral intuitions vary wildly across cultures. What one group calls sacred, another calls profane. You did not choose your moral framework. It was installed, reinforced, conditioned. And yet, you cling to it as if it were your own voice. History makes this unbearable. The same human brain, placed in Nazi Germany, in Stalinist Russia, in medieval Spain, would adopt beliefs you now find monstrous. And it would not feel coerced. It would feel natural. People believed with the same certainty you feel now. They thought those thoughts were their own, but they were not. They were scripts written by power, by propaganda, by context. How is your mind any different? The philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer wrote, "A man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills." You did not choose your desires. They arrived unbidden. You cannot select the next thought that comes into your mind any more than you can stop your heart from beating. Try it now. Decide what your next thought will be. Wait, did you choose it? Or did it appear, alien and uninvited? And if even one thought escapes your control, then what is this you who claims to be? The thinker? In truth, your thoughts think themselves. They pass through you like weather over a landscape. The sky does not control the storm. You do not control the thoughts. The illusion of authorship is a reflex after the thought arises. You label it mine, but the label is a lie. And so the cage closes tighter. If your thoughts are not your own, then neither is your creativity, your morality, your intelligence, your freedom. The very substance of who you think you are belongs to forces you cannot see. You are not the writer of your mind. You are written. So, ask yourself, if every thought you have ever had was placed in you by biology, history, and chance, then what is left of the you who claims to be thinking them? When you stand before two paths and deliberate, you feel the weight of decision pressing on you. Your mind races, left or right, yes or no, risk or safety. You feel the burden of responsibility, the pride of freedom. But what if this moment of choice is itself a carefully constructed illusion? What if the branching paths were never real, and your sense of selecting between them is nothing more than theater staged by the brain? Cognitive science offers troubling evidence. Psychologists have shown that most decisions are made unconsciously long before conscious awareness arises. The conscious mind then narrates a story, inserting itself after the fact as though it had been in charge all along. Like a press secretary justifying policies already set, your consciousness invents explanations for why you chose what. You chose, but this is not choice. It is post hoc storytelling. Consider a famous experiment. Split-brain patients, whose left and right hemispheres were severed to treat epilepsy, often had one half of their brain act without the other knowing. If the right hemisphere was instructed through visual input to perform an action, say, stand up, the left hemisphere, which controls speech, was unaware of the command. And yet, when asked why they stood, the patient confidently invented a reason. I felt like getting a Coke. This reveals something chilling. When confronted with action, the brain prefers to confabulate rather than admit ignorance. It creates the illusion of choice to preserve the fiction of agency. Even in everyday life, this illusion persists. Take consumer behavior. People are easily manipulated by framing effects. Present the same glass as 90% full or 10% empty, and the choice shifts. Place the same item in a fancy store with soft lighting, and suddenly it feels luxurious. You believe you freely choose, but your environment, your priming, your emotions, all invisible to you, push your decisions one way or another. The choice feels internal, but it was shaped externally. Now look deeper. Every option you think you are weighing has already been constructed by forces outside you. When you stand in a grocery store deciding between two brands of cereal, did you choose those brands to exist? Did you decide what ingredients they contain, what packaging they display, what shelf they sit on? No, you were presented with a curated set of possibilities. Your freedom lies not in inventing choices, but in picking from options someone else provided. And often, those who control the options, marketers, governments, algorithms, already know which one you will pick. The philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre declared that man is condemned to be free, that we bear the terrifying weight of absolute choice. But neuroscience now suggests the opposite. We are condemned to believe in freedom, while the real machinery of choice hums invisibly beneath. The brain, like a skilled magician, misdirects attention. It lets you feel the drama of deliberation, even as the trick has already been decided backstage. Imagine your life's great decisions: whom you married, what career you pursued, where you live. Each feels monumental, shaped by your deepest values. But ask yourself, why did those values exist in you to begin with? Why were you drawn to one person over another, one career over another? Your biology shaped your desires. Your upbringing shaped your sense of possibility, and chance encounters nudged you toward certain doors. You may believe you chose, but it is just as accurate to say you followed a script written long before you read your first line. This illusion deepens. In the digital age, algorithms now study you, predict you, and gently nudge you toward certain clicks, purchases, and beliefs. You think you are exploring freely, but you are walking a path laid out by unseen architects of code. The illusion of choice becomes more sophisticated because it allows for personalization. The system does not force you. It gives you exactly what you already lean toward, reinforcing the illusion that it was your own will all along. And yet, we cling to choice. Perhaps we must. The illusion serves a purpose. It binds us to responsibility, to morality, to meaning. If we saw through it fully, if we realized our decisions were mere shadows, we might collapse into paralysis. Society itself requires that we pretend to choose so that laws, ethics, and personal accountability make sense. The illusion is not a mistake of evolution. It is a survival strategy. But in the quiet hours, you feel the cracks. When you reflect on your past, you may notice how little control you had, how certain friendships were accidents of geography, how career turns were driven by a single conversation, how even your personality was sculpted by genes and environment. You see the pattern. The path was always narrower than it seemed. Choice was a mask over inevitability. So next time you stand at a crossroads, pause, feel the gravity of your freedom, and then ask, are you truly choosing, or are you watching a movie of choice play inside your head, already scripted, already resolved, while you applaud yourself for being the author? You believe you live in time flowing from past to present to future, a steady current carrying you forward. But time is not a river. Time is a prison, and every illusion of freedom, memory, or choice is bound in its bars. You cannot step outside of it, cannot pause it, cannot undo it. You live in its cage, and the cruelest part is this: You believe you understand it, when in truth, time itself may not exist in the way you think. Physics has already shattered the naive idea of time as absolute. Einstein revealed that time is not universal, but relative. The faster you move, the slower your clock ticks. The stronger the gravity, the more time bends. Two twins can live different durations of life, depending on how they travel through the cosmos. This is not speculation. It has been measured in atomic clocks flown on airplanes, in GPS satellites that must constantly correct for relativistic effects. Your time is not the same as another's time. Already the flow is broken, but relativity offers a deeper horror. If time and space are woven into a single fabric, then all events past, present, future already coexist in what physicists call the block universe. You do not move through time. You are frozen within it. Every moment you will ever live already exists, like frames in a film reel. Your birth, your triumphs, your humiliations, your death, they are all already there, etched into space-time. The sensation of flowing forward is not movement, but perception. You are a needle reading across a record, not a free traveler. Think about what this means for choice, for identity, for hope. If every future already exists, then your decisions cannot alter them. If your death is already inscribed in space-time, then no struggle, no resistance, no act of will can change its inevitability. And if all moments exist simultaneously, then what does it mean to remember the past or anticipate the future? Perhaps you are simply locked into one vantage point, deceived into thinking you are free because you cannot see the entire structure at once. And yet, your brain insists on narrative. Neuroscientists show that consciousness stitches together perception by binding fragments into a timeline. But experiments reveal the fraud. In Libet's famous studies, the readiness potential in the brain, the signal preparing for movement, appeared before the conscious decision to act. Time in the brain is backdated. The mind rearranges events so that you appear to have willed something you did not. In other words, even the sequence of time in your awareness is forged to maintain the illusion of causality. Then consider Zeno's paradoxes, ancient puzzles that remain unsettling. To walk across a room, you must first cross half the distance, then half of that, and so on infinitely. How then do you ever arrive? Mathematics resolves it with converging series, but the discomfort lingers. Time and motion are not what they seem. Or ponder Augustine's confession. What is time? If no one asks me, I know. If I try to explain it, I do not. The most basic element of existence slips away the moment you grasp at it. Even your body is enslaved to time's deception. Every second, cells die and regenerate. Your face in the mirror shifts imperceptibly each day. You think of yourself as continuous, but the you of last year is biologically gone, replaced by new matter, new memories, new scars. Time has already killed who you were, and it will continue until nothing remains. You call this continuity, life, but it is slow annihilation. Now contemplate the end of time. Physics predicts possible scenarios. Heat death, where the universe stretches into absolute entropy, a frozen silence without change. Or the Big Crunch, where all collapses, back into singularity. In either case, time itself ceases to function as you know it. What then becomes of your illusions, your free will, your memories, your choices, when the very medium in which they exist dissolves? You cling to clocks, calendars, anniversaries, because they give shape to chaos. But these are only tools of measurement, not time itself. Remove the clock, and time does not slow. Remove memory, and the past dissolves. Remove anticipation, and the future vanishes. Without these scaffolds, what remains? Only the present moment, yet even the present is slippery. By the time you notice it, it is already gone. Here lies the darkest truth. You have never experienced time at all. You have only experienced consciousness stitching together fragments, and you have mistaken the pattern for a flow. You believe in past, present, and future. But what if they are illusions constructed by your mind to survive? So I must ask you, if time itself is nothing but perception, if the past is gone, the future is fixed, and the present is already lost, then where exactly do you think you are right now? You wake each day and say, I. You believe there is a center, a stable point, a self that persists. You call it me, and you build your entire life upon it. But this self is not a solid entity. It is a performance, a mask placed upon chaos. And beneath that mask, there may be nothing at all. Thought-philosophy has long stalked this truth. David Hume confessed that when he looked inward, he never encountered a stable self. Only fleeting perceptions, heat, cold, love, hate, pain, pleasure, constantly shifting. He found no I, only a bundle of experiences strung together. Centuries earlier, Buddhist thinkers dismantled the illusion with the doctrine of anatta no self. The person you cling to is not a soul, not an essence, but a transient collection of processes: body, sensation, perception, thought, consciousness. None are permanent. None are you. Neuroscience now aligns with these ancient insights. The brain does not contain a single command center, no throne where a self sits. Instead, it is a parliament of competing modules, each shouting to be heard. Your desires, fears, and thoughts are the outcomes of this endless conflict. Sometimes one voice dominates, sometimes another. The unity you feel is a trick, an after-the-fact stitching together of these contradictions into the illusion of a continuous self. Think of the split brain experiments. Again, when the hemispheres are severed, two separate consciousnesses emerge, each with its own perceptions and intentions. Which is you? If both claim to be, if both act independently, then your unity was never real. The self fractures easily, revealing it was never singular. Consider also the phenomenon of dissociative identity disorder, multiple selves inhabiting the same brain, each with distinct memories, behaviors, even physiological differences. Blood pressure, allergies, handwriting, all can shift depending on which identity is present. If the body can host many cells, then what does that say about the supposed stability of yours? But perhaps the most unsettling evidence comes from everyday psychology. The narrative self is nothing more than the stories you tell about yourself. You shape your identity by repeating narratives. I am shy. I am kind. I am unlucky. I am resilient. These are not truths. They are scripts. And when life contradicts them, you simply revise the story, often without noticing. Identity is not discovery, is invention. The fragility of this mask becomes clear in brain injury or dementia. A blow to the head, a stroke, or the slow decay of Alzheimer's can erase personality traits, rewrite values, or collapse memory. Someone once gentle becomes violent. Someone once brilliant becomes vacant. If the self were a stable essence, how could it shift so easily with the rewiring of neurons? What you call you is no more permanent than the arrangement of a sand dune in the wind. Even language betrays the illusion. You say, I think, but the thought appears unbidden, already formed. You say, I decided, but the decision was prepared in the unconscious long before awareness. You claim authorship, but you are merely the witness of processes happening beneath awareness. The I is nothing more than a grammatical convenience, a thing, pronoun attached to a body. Now imagine this thought experiment. Suppose your memories, preferences, and traits were transferred into another body. Would that be you? Suppose they were copied into two bodies. Which one is the real you? Or suppose half your memories were erased. Do you cease to exist, or are you still yourself? Each scenario exposes how fragile the concept of self truly is. You cling to a center, but the center cannot hold. It was never there. The self functions as a survival mechanism. Believing in me creates accountability, motivation, the illusion of control. Without it, the organism might collapse into despair. But just because the self is useful does not make it real. It is a mask painted carefully over chaos so that you can play your role in the theater of life. But what if you remove the mask? What if you stare into the raw processes beneath the neurons firing, the hormones surging, the memories distorting, and admit there is no stable you? You would find only noise, shifting patterns, a flux with no anchor. You would realize that the face you see in the mirror is not the author of your story, but merely the latest mask worn by an actor who never existed. So ask yourself, if the self is only a mask, and beneath it there is nothing, then who exactly is asking this question right now? You assume that consciousness is the one undeniable truth. Descartes declared, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Even if everything else is illusion, at least you are aware. But what if awareness itself is the greatest deception? What if consciousness is not proof of existence, but merely another hallucination created by the brain? Neuroscientists increasingly describe consciousness not as a substance, not as a thing, but as an emergent illusion. It arises from countless unconscious processes, the firing of neurons, the integration of sensory inputs, the balancing of chemical cascades. The philosopher Daniel Dennett has argued that consciousness is a user illusion. Like the desktop of a computer, you see icons and folders, but the actual processes are deeper, inaccessible, mechanical. You are tricked into thinking there is an inner theater, a self watching a screen, but the screen is empty. Experiments expose the fraud. Consider Benjamin Libet's work again. Brain scans show decisions forming milliseconds before conscious awareness of them. Your awareness lags behind your own actions. You feel as though you willed your arm to move, but the arm was already moving. Consciousness is the narration after the fact, claiming authorship over processes it did not initiate. Or take the case of blindsight. Patients, individuals with damage to the visual cortex who report being blind, yet can accurately guess the location or movement of objects they claim not to see. Their unconscious brain perceives, but consciousness denies. Which raises a question. If perception can exist without awareness, then what role does consciousness really play? Perhaps none at all. Then there is the horror of split-brain patients, in whom consciousness seems to divide, each hemisphere forming its own awareness, unaware of the other. If consciousness were unified and essential, how could it fracture so easily? The you that feels indivisible is in fact contingent, fragile, prone to splitting. Philosophy drives the knife deeper. Thomas Metzinger's theory of the phenomenal self model suggests that the self you experience, the I who sees, thinks, and feels, is not real. It is a model the brain generates, and like any model, it can be inaccurate. You feel like a subject inside your body, but there is no subject, only the model of one. You are the dream, not the dreamer. Even stranger are the altered states of consciousness. Under anesthesia, awareness vanishes. Under psychedelics, it fractures, dissolves, or expands beyond recognition. Which one is the real consciousness? The sober self? The dream self? The drug-induced self? If your awareness can be dismantled by chemicals or trauma, then is it ever truly fundamental? Or is it just a fragile construct the brain can toggle on or off? History is filled with illusions of consciousness unraveling. Mystics claim to dissolve into pure awareness. Buddhists teach that selfhood is emptiness. Neuroscientists reduce consciousness to neural noise. Each perspective points to the same abyss. The thing you call awareness may be nothing more than a trick, a shimmering mirage generated to keep the body alive. But perhaps the bleakest revelation is this: consciousness may not be necessary. Artificial intelligence demonstrates decision-making, problem-solving, creativity, all without inner awareness. Evolution itself could have engineered organisms to survive without ever generating the burden of subjective experience. And perhaps many do. If consciousness is not essential, then why does it exist in you? Maybe it is not a gift, but an accident and epiphenomenon, a useless glow surrounding mechanical processes. Like light off a dying fire, it illuminates nothing and alters nothing. And yet, it is all you know. You cannot step outside of it to verify its reality. You cannot see beyond it to test whether awareness is more than a hallucination. You are trapped inside the one illusion that convinces you of its truth. You feel real because you are aware, but perhaps you only feel aware because your brain has no other way to trick you into enduring existence. So tell me, if consciousness is merely the cruelest hallucination, then who is it that suffers inside the dream? You cling to the body as the one certainty. Whatever else slips into doubt, memories, choices, the self, at least there is this vessel of flesh, this breathing frame, this skin that holds you in place. But the body does not belong to you. It was never yours. It is not even one thing. It is a colony, a battlefield, a temporary arrangement of matter that owes you nothing. Biologically, you are not a singular organism. You are an ecosystem, a host. For every human cell in your body, there are as many or more bacterial, viral, and fungal cells. Your gut microbiome, trillions strong, outnumbers you, shaping your mood, your digestion, even your thoughts. Studies reveal that altering gut bacteria can shift depression into relief or spark anxiety out of nothing, which means that your feelings are not yours. They are microbial negotiations conducted in silence. The body you claim is yours is in fact the territory of countless others, each indifferent to your illusion of ownership. Even the human cells you imagine as you betray this illusion. Cells die and regenerate constantly. Your skin renews every month, your blood every few weeks, your bones over years. Nearly everything you touch today, the hands typing these words, the cells lining your stomach, will not exist in the near future. You are like a ship constantly rebuilt plank by plank, yet convinced its sails unchanged. Philosophers call this the ship of Theseus. If every part of you is replaced, what part remains that can still be called you? Then consider control. You imagine your body is obedient to your will. Raise a hand, walk forward, breathe deeply. But most of what sustains you is outside conscious. Command. You do not will your heart to beat or your lungs to inhale. You do not will your immune system to fight, your liver to detoxify, your hormones to surge. Even what you think you control, the movement of your hand is initiated unconsciously. Before you are aware, you are not the master of this body. You are at best its passenger, at worst its delusion. Illness exposes this most brutally. A single mutation, a rogue cell dividing endlessly, and the body turns against itself. Cancer rewrites your tissues into something alien. Neurodegeneration erases memory, dismantling selfhood from within. Autoimmune disorders pit you against your own immune system. In these moments, the body makes clear that it was never yours. It was only ever borrowed. History, too, tells this story. For centuries, plague, famine, and war have claimed bodies like yours by the millions. In medieval Europe, the Black Death annihilated nearly half the population. No act of will, no illusion of ownership could protect a single body. They were vessels, disposable, exchanged between life and death without concern for individual identity. Your body is no more secure. Even beauty, that most celebrated illusion, reveals betrayal. The skin you treasure wrinkles, the hair thins, the organs weaken. Entropy writes itself across the body in ways you cannot escape. Time owns your body, not you, and time demands every debt. But the truth is more violent still. The body was never yours because it was never singular. It is matter recycled endlessly. Atoms that were once stars, soil, water, animals, strangers. The oxygen in your blood once belonged to ancient forests, the calcium in your bones to long-dead seashells. When you die, your body will disassemble and return to circulation, becoming air, soil, perhaps another living being. Your body is just a temporary configuration of matter wearing your name. Now imagine this thought. If your body is not your possession, but a rented pattern of cells, then what are you? If your moods are dictated by microbes, if your organs act without consent, if your very atoms are borrowed, what remains that can be called yours? So ask yourself, if the body is not yours, and never was, then whose corpse will it be when it finally falls silent? You believe history is truth, a record of what happened, an anchor that proves your world rests on fact. But history is not truth. It is a narrative written by the powerful, revised by the survivors, erased by the victors. What you call history is a curated illusion, a story told to keep you obedient, to give you a past you cannot question. Consider how fragile the record truly is. The Library of Alexandria, once filled with scrolls that could have rewritten humanity's understanding, was reduced to ash. Centuries of knowledge gone in a single fire. Countless other histories have been erased, not just forgotten, but deliberately silenced. The stories of the conquered rarely survive. The voices of women, slaves, colonized peoples, the poor, they vanish into absence. What you call history is not what happened. It is what was permitted to remain. Even the histories you think. You know our fabrications. Christopher Columbus is celebrated as a discoverer, though the lands were already inhabited and his voyages drenched in blood. Abraham Lincoln is remembered as a liberator, though emancipation was tangled in politics. And war. Nations sculpt their histories like statues, chiseling away flaws, polishing myths until they shine. You are taught not facts, but fables disguised as fact. Psychology confirms this rewriting. Collective memory operates like individual memory, is unstable, reconstructed, vulnerable to distortion. Governments know this and exploit it. Propaganda rewrites history in real time. In Orwell's 1984, the party rewrites records daily. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. This was fiction, but it was also revelation. Totalitarian regimes have burned books, banned languages, censored archives. Even in so-called free societies, history is edited through school curricula, textbooks tailored to instill patriotism, to erase atrocities, to justify the present order. And even when the facts are recorded, they can still be twisted. Numbers become abstractions. 6 million dead in the Holocaust, millions starved in the Holodomor, untold massacres and colonization. Each figure represents lives, but repetition dulls horror into statistic. You recite history, but do not feel. It, in this sense, history hides as much as it reveals, but the problem cuts deeper. There is no single history, only conflicting accounts. Every war has multiple versions, every revolution its heroes and traitors. Which is the truth? Which is the lie? Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. Perhaps truth itself is irrelevant, replaced by narrative power. History is not the record of what happened. It is the battleground over what must be believed. Even your personal history falls into this deception. You tell stories about your life, crafting a timeline of who you were, who you are, who you will be. But these stories are no more reliable than national myths. You omit, distort, exaggerate. You remember selectively, framing your past to protect your fragile sense of self. Your life history, like collective history, is propaganda told to yourself. And then comes the most unbearable thought. If history is fabrication, then perhaps there was never a single truth to begin with. The past is gone, irretrievable. All that remains are stories told in its place. Maybe truth itself is a ghost, something we invoke, but cannot possess. So ask yourself, if history is nothing more than lies agreed upon, and what does it mean when you say this happened? Every word you speak feels like freedom, the ability to express, to name, to share the contents of your mind. But language is not liberation, it is confinement. The very tool you use to describe reality shapes and distorts it. You do not control language. Language controls you. Linguists have long suspected this. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis argues that the structure of language shapes the structure of thought. If your language has no word for a concept, you struggle to perceive it. If your language enforces categories, you unconsciously obey them. For example, in some indigenous languages, directions are not relative, left or right, but absolute, north, south. Speakers of those languages maintain flawless orientation, even in darkness, because their grammar compels them to. Meanwhile, in English, you drift, lost in relativity. Language narrows what you see, not by accident, but by design. Color provides another cage. Russians, whose language has distinct words for light blue, goluboy, and dark blue, sini, distinguish shades of blue faster than English speakers. The Himba of Namibia, who categorize colors differently, struggle to separate what English speakers find obvious, while excelling at distinctions English ignores. Perception itself bends under linguistic weight. You think you see the world directly, but you are actually seeing it through the lattice of vocabulary imposed upon you. Language also dictates morality and identity. In some languages, responsibility is encoded differently. In English, you say, "He broke the vase." In Spanish or Japanese, one often says, "The vase broke itself." The framing shifts blame, alters memory, and influences justice. A crime described actively seems intentional. Described passively, it seems like fate. The law, guilt, and forgiveness all pivot on linguistic scaffolding. Even your sense of time is caged by words. English flows horizontally. The past is behind, the future ahead. But in Aymara, an indigenous language of the Andes, the future lies behind, unseen, and the past is before, visible known. Which is truer? Neither. Both. The metaphors of language trap entire cultures in visions of time, space, and causality that feel natural but are arbitrary. Philosophy tears at this prison. Wittgenstein warned, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." He meant not that reality stops at words, but that your access to reality is filtered by them. Silence might reveal more, but you cannot step outside of speech. Without collapsing meaning itself, you are trapped. Even the thought, "I am trapped," arrives in words. Even rebellion is written in the script of your cage. And think of how easily language manipulates you. Politicians weaponize euphemism, collateral damage instead of dead children, enhanced interrogation instead of torture. Corporations brand exploitation as opportunity. Algorithms optimize words to ensnare attention, nudging emotion with engineered phrasing. You think you understand what you hear, but words are not neutral. They are tools of control. Inner life is no different. The voice in your head, the constant narration, is language binding perception. When you feel grief, you name it, and the name shapes it. When you feel joy, the word cages it. But there are experiences beyond language ecstasy, trauma, revelation that crumble when forced into words. Language pretends to capture them, but what it captures is only a corpse, not the living thing. And yet, you cannot escape. You have no thought that is not linguistic, no memory untouched by narrative, no self without words. Without language, there is no you. But with language, there is only a prison cell disguised as expression knot. So ask yourself, if every thought you have is chained by words you did not choose, then have you ever truly thought at all? You believe time flows like a river, carrying you from past to present to future. But the flow you sense may be an illusion, a fragile narrative your brain constructs to impose order on chaos. Physics, neuroscience, and philosophy converge on a disturbing possibility. Time as you experience it does not exist. Einstein warned of this when he declared that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Relativity fractures your naive sense of simultaneity. What is now for you is not now for someone moving at a different velocity or sitting near a massive star. Two events that feel simultaneous to one observer may be decades apart to another. The universe is not a flowing river, but a block. Every event past, present, future already carved into space-time. You do not move through it. You are frozen within it. Neuroscience confirms the treachery of time. The brain does not deliver reality instantly. Sensory input takes milliseconds to process, yet your consciousness stitches it into a continuous story. When you clap your hands, you think you hear the sound immediately, but the sound arrives in your awareness only after the brain delays, assembles, and interprets. Even sight lags behind reality. You live a fraction of a second in the past, always out of sync, hallucinating continuity. Consider the experiments of David Eagleman on temporal illusions. Subjects exposed to sudden shocks of fear report time, slowing down as though perception stretches. But this is not real slow motion. It is memory density. The brain records more details during fear, giving the illusion that time expanded. Conversely, routine compresses time. Days vanish into years because nothing new was encoded. Your sense of time is not measurement. It is a trick of attention. Philosophy has long wrestled with this. Augustine confessed, "What is time? If no one asks me, I know. If I wish to explain, I do not know." The paradox persists. You cannot grasp time because you are time. Every attempt to hold it slips into contradiction. You think the present exists, but the instant you try to capture it, it has already passed. You think the past exists. It is gone. Nothing but fragile neural patterns. You think the future exists, but it is unborn, intangible, unreachable. Where then is time? Memory complicates it further. The past you recall is not the past itself, but a reconstruction. Each act of remembering rewrites the memory, altering it. Experiments by Elizabeth Loftus proved how easily false memories can be implanted. People sincerely believe they were lost in a mall as children when it never happened. If your memory of the past is mutable, then the past itself is no longer stable. And if the past is unstable, what meaning can the future hold? Even your sense of causality depends on time's illusion. You think event A leads to event B, but if the block universe is true, both are fixed. Causality is only the perspective of creatures trapped inside, mistaking sequence for flow. Quantum mechanics deepens the fracture. Particles can be entangled. Across time, correlations existing between events that have not yet occurred. The arrow of time, supposedly dictated by entropy, may be no more than the limited perspective of beings who cannot see the whole. And here you sit, clutching the present moment as though it is real. But it slips under you, just as it always has. When you think of the past, you summon a ghost. When you anticipate the future, you imagine a fiction. When you say now, it is already gone. You cannot find the present, because you are the present, vanishing in every breath dot. So tell me, if the past is gone, the future is unreal, and the present cannot be grasped, then what is left of your life? You believe memory is a storehouse, a sacred archive of your life. But what you call memory is not preservation. It is construction, fragile, deceptive, and endlessly rewritten. Every recollection you trust is already corrupted. What you carry as the story of yourself may be nothing more than a carefully maintained hallucination. Psychology has exposed this betrayal. Elizabeth Loftus demonstrated with brutal clarity how memories can be planted. In one of her most famous studies, researchers convinced participants they had once been lost in a shopping mall as children. Weeks later, participants not only believed the story, but supplied details that had never occurred. The smell of popcorn, the panic of being alone, the relief of being found. A false event, manufactured in suggestion, became indistinguishable from lived truth. If memory can be forged so easily, then what confidence can you place in any of it? Neuroscience only deepens the unease. Memory does not play back like a recording. Each act of remembering destabilizes the trace, making it vulnerable to change before it is stored again. Like a document repeatedly opened and altered, every recall edits the original. The more you remember an event, the further it drifts from what actually happened. Paradoxically, the memories you trust most, those revisited most often, are the least accurate. The foundations of your identity are decaying with every thought. Trauma reveals another fracture. Survivors often experience flashbulb memories, searing, vivid snapshots of horror. These feel undeniable, untouchable, yet research shows even these are unreliable. After the Challenger disaster in 1986, psychologists surveyed students on where they were when they heard the news. 3 years. Later, when asked again, most gave radically different answers, but clung to them with absolute certainty. Vividness is not accuracy. Confidence is not truth. The mind deceives, and you believe. Even collective memory is poisoned. Nations rewrite their pasts. Monuments are built, records destroyed, myths circulated until they harden into fact. George Orwell captured this in 1984. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. But Orwell was only describing what already occurs. Every history textbook is an act of editing. Every archive a curation. Every photograph a frame that excludes more than it reveals. Your private memory and the memory of your culture are both stories sculpted by power, not truth. Consider the Mandela effect. Large groups recalling the same false memory. Nelson Mandela dying in prison. Berenstain Bears, spelled with an E. Movie quotes that never existed. People insist they remember, with passion and conviction. But conviction is worthless. The mind wants coherence, and it fabricates it. If thousands can share the same false memory, then memory is not a window into reality, but a performance, rehearsed and contagious. Philosophers have long sensed the rot. Nietzsche declared, "Memory says, I did that. Pride says, I could not have done that." Eventually, memory yields. In this way, the ego edits its own archive. You do not remember to know yourself. You remember to protect yourself. Memory bends under desire, shame, fear, and vanity, until what remains is less a record and more a mask. You are haunted not by the past itself, but by the lies you tell about it. And what does this mean for the self? You think you are the continuity of your memories. But if those memories are false, corrupted, rewritten, then what continuity remains? Consider patients with amnesia who lose decades of memory. Their personalities shift, yet they persist as persons. What then is identity? If your memories were all replaced tomorrow, with a different set. If you remembered a life you never lived, would you still be you? Every night, when you sleep, your brain rehearses and reshapes memory, blending fragments, discarding others. Dreams blur into recollections. Recollections dissolve into inventions. Morning comes, and you mistake the residue for truth. You rise. You act. You believe yourself continuous, but you are stitched together by illusions that have already frayed dot. So ask yourself, if memory is the foundation of your identity, and memory itself is nothing but a liar, what is left of you? You assume that behind your eyes there is a stable you, a singular witness to the world. But what you call consciousness may be nothing more than a recursive illusion, a trick your brain plays upon itself. The self you cling to may not exist at all. Philosophy has long suspected this. David Hume, in the 18th century, dissected his mind in search of the self. He found sensations, perceptions, fleeting impressions, but never a permanent I. He concluded that the self is merely a bundle of perceptions stitched together by habit. Centuries later, neuroscience seems to confirm his suspicion. There is no central command center, no inner homunculus watching a screen. Consciousness is distributed, fragmented, and emergent. The unity of self is a story, not a fact. The brain's architecture betrays the illusion. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga's split-brain experiments revealed how fragile the self is. When the corpus callosum was severed in patients with epilepsy, the two hemispheres operated independently. Each side of the brain could act, perceive, and even communicate in isolation. Yet the patient insisted they were still one person. The left hemisphere, often called the interpreter, fabricated explanations for the actions of the right hemisphere, inventing reasons that felt natural but were false. The conscious mind is not honest. It is a confabulator, endlessly patching gaps with narrative. Consider blindsight. Patients with damage to the visual cortex claim they cannot see. Yet when forced to guess, they identify objects and navigate obstacles with astonishing accuracy. The brain perceives without awareness. Consciousness is not necessary for perception nor for action. It is an ornament, a commentary, a fragile afterthought, the hard problem of consciousness, as framed by David Chalmers, is why experience exists at all. Neurons fire, chemicals flow, signals exchange, but why should this machinery produce the feeling of being? Why should matter awaken? No scientific theory has resolved this. Some argue consciousness is an emergent property. Others claim it is fundamental to reality. Either way, your sense of being a unified I is not grounded. It hangs over an abyss, unexplained, unjustified, and yet the self insists on itself. You feel continuity, a thread running from childhood to now. But this thread is woven of discontinuous strands. Every few years, almost every atom in your body is replaced. Memories are rewritten. Personality shifts. Who then persists? Derek Parfit proposed that personal identity is not what matters, only psychological continuity, overlapping chains of memory and intention. But if those links can be severed, multiplied, or fabricated, then identity itself dissolves. Think of the ship of Theseus. Replace each plank, one by one. At what point does it cease to be the same ship? Replace your neurons, your memories, your body, and what remains of you? Or consider teleportation thought experiments. If a machine scanned and destroyed your body, then reassembled an exact copy elsewhere with all your memories, is that you? What if the original were not destroyed? Are there now two of you? The question cannot be answered without unraveling the very concept of self. Even meditation and altered states of consciousness reveal the fragility of identity. Practitioners report moments when the sense of self evaporates, consciousness without center, awareness without I. Mystics describe it as liberation. Neuroscientists see it as the quieting of self-referential networks in the brain, especially the default mode network. But whether mystical or material, the implication is the same. The self can vanish, and yet experience persists. You live as though there is a pilot, a narrator, a core. But peel back the layers, and there is no center-only processes watching. Processes, thoughts observing thoughts, mirrors reflecting mirrors. A hall of echoes with no origin, no voice behind the voices. And still, you call it you. So tell me, if consciousness is only a story the brain tells itself, then who is? Reading these words right now? You believe a choice begins with you. A thought arises, a desire forms, and you move. But trace that desire back far enough, and you find it was never yours. It was placed there by biology, by history, by accidents of environment. Every choice dissolves under the weight of its causes until nothing remains that can be called free. Philosophers have wrestled with this problem for centuries. The dilemma of free, well, rests on a paradox. If every event has a cause, then your actions are predetermined by the chain of prior causes. But if events can occur without cause, then your actions are random, not free. Determinism removes freedom. Indeterminism removes control. In either case, the freedom you feel is nowhere to be found. Spinoza argued this mercilessly. He claimed that human beings believe themselves free because they are aware of their desires, but ignorant of the causes that compel them. A stone flying through the air, if conscious, would think it chose its own trajectory. You are that stone animated by laws, oblivious to their pull, mistaking necessity for choice. Modern neuroscience echoes Spinoza's grim vision. In Libet's experiments, brain activity predicting a decision appeared hundreds of milliseconds before the subject reported making the decision. More recent studies have extended this window to several seconds. The brain decides before you decide. You become aware only after the machinery has already moved, and you label the movement your will. But regress digs deeper. Why did the brain make that choice? Because of prior states of neurons. Why those states? Because of prior experiences, genetics, chemical balances. Why those? Because of your parents, your culture, the environment that sculpted your nervous system. Every why recedes into another why, stretching back to your birth, to your ancestors, to the origins of life, to the Big Bang itself. The causes of your choices are older than the stars. Where, in that infinite regress, do you appear? Some cling to compatibilism, the idea that freedom is not the absence of causation, but the ability to act according to one's own motivations. But even this collapses. Your motivations themselves were caused. If a hypnotist implants a command in your mind and you act on it, are you free? If evolution implanted instincts, if culture implanted values, if memory implanted desires, what? Difference remains? The hypnotist is only more obvious than the forces that already control you. Consider Buridan's donkey, trapped between two identical piles of hay. Unable to choose, it starves. The thought experiment reveals the absurdity of free will. If choices are truly free, they cannot be determined by reasons. Yet if they are determined by reasons, they are not free. Every fork in the road is already scripted or else arbitrary. You call it freedom, but it is necessity wearing a mask. Even morality dissolves under this weight. If no one could have acted otherwise, then praise and blame lose meaning. A murderer is no freer than a hurricane. A saint is no freer than a blooming flower. And yet, societies depend on the illusion of responsibility. Without it, order collapses. You punish not because people deserve it, but because the machinery of society requires the performance of desert. Justice itself is a theater erected atop necessity. And what about the smallest choices lifting your hand taking a step, you feel them as personal. But Daniel Wegner's research on the illusion of conscious will shows that people can be led to believe they willed actions they did not perform, or disbelieve actions they did perform. The experience of willing is not proof of freedom. It is a narrative glued onto events after the fact. So you stand at the center of an endless regress, claiming authorship of choices that stretch back beyond you, that were set in motion before. You existed, that will continue long after you vanish. You are the echo, not the cause. So tell me, if every choice you make is just the last link in an ancient, unbroken chain, when will you admit that the chain is the only thing that ever existed? You trust your will because you feel it ripple through the body, the hand raised, the step taken, the word spoken. But the body does not wait for you. Long before the conscious self arrives, your muscles, nerves, and reflexes are already moving. You are the passenger, not the driver. Consider the simplest act, withdrawing from a flame. Your hand jerks away before pain reaches the brain. Reflex arcs bypass consciousness entirely. The body protects itself without you. And yet afterward, you narrate, I pulled my hand back because it was hot. You take ownership of what you never controlled. This is not harmless. It is the foundation of your illusion. Benjamin Levitt's experiments cracked open the depth of this betrayal. Electroencephalograms recorded readiness potentials, neural signals that anticipated movement half a second before participants reported deciding to move. More disturbingly, follow-up studies by John Dylan Haynes and others extended this delay to several seconds. The brain commits to action, and only later does consciousness claim credit. You are the afterimage of your body's momentum, but this illusion runs deeper than milliseconds. Athletes speak of being in the zone, reacting faster than thought. A tennis player returns a 130 miles per hour serve in less time than it would take. Conscious deliberation. A martial artist blocks a strike before the decision could be made. These are not examples of superhuman will, but of will's irrelevance. The body acts, then the mind invents a story. Even speech betrays you. You open your mouth and words appear. Do you truly choose each one? Or do they tumble out, selected from patterns shaped by grammar, memory, and cultural expectation? Studies of verbal slips, Freudian or otherwise, reveal unconscious processes at work. You are surprised by your own words, and yet you cling to the fantasy that you authored them. Phantom limb phenomena drive the knife deeper. Amputees feel sensations, sometimes pain, in limbs that no longer exist. The body image persists in the brain, detached from physical reality. Conversely, in alien hand syndrome, patients watch their own hand perform actions they did not will, unbuttoning shirts, grasping objects. The body moves without permission, and consciousness scrambles to rationalize. Where, then, is control? The split between intention and action also appears in everyday life. How often have you driven home on autopilot, forgetting the turns until you arrive? How often have you walked into a room and forgotten why? Your body navigates without you. The you who thinks it is in charge appears only afterward, spinning explanations out of nothing. Neuroscience calls this post hoc storytelling. The interpreter function. The left hemisphere stitches narratives to make sense of the body's actions. If the right hemisphere directs the hand to draw, the left hemisphere will insist I wanted to draw. The body moves, the interpreter invents. You are less an agent than a narrator trapped inside an uncontrollable body. And consider this. The body not only moves before you, it decides before you. Hunger pushes you toward food. Lust guides you toward partners. Fatigue drags you to rest. These are not choices, but demands written into flesh. You obey, then fabricate reasons. Even the most abstract decisions, the career, the ideology, the art, emerge from biology. Hormones, neurotransmitters, survival strategies. Your so-called freedom is the voice of the body echoing through thought. And yet, when the body betrays you, you feel horror. The tremor of Parkinson's, the seizure of epilepsy, the twitch of a muscle spasm movements without will. But these betrayals only expose what was always true. The body acts on its own. You were never in control. Illness only strips away the illusion. So reflect. Your body begins before you, moves without you, and invents you afterward. The I you cling to is a parasite riding biological tides, mistaking reaction for authorship. So tell me, if your body is already moving before you will it, then what remains of you but a shadow chasing after footsteps already taken? You imagine history as a record, a stable chain of events leading from past to present. But history is not truth, it is construction. For every document preserved, countless others rot. For every story told, 1,000 vanish. What you call the past is not what happened, but what survived. And what survived was not chosen by you. Consider the Library of Alexandria, earned, plundered, or neglected into ruin. Within its walls may have been entire sciences, philosophies, and cosmologies that no longer exist. What is lost cannot be measured. Its absence shapes the world as much as its presence might have. Imagine knowledge of technology's centuries, ahead of their time, erased. Imagine philosophies that might have altered morality, justice, freedom. The silence of history is not neutral, it is violent. Even in what survives, distortion reigns. Victors write history, but they also erase it. The Roman conquest of Carthage not only destroyed a city but obliterated records, leaving Carthage to be remembered almost exclusively through Roman hostility. Entire cultures survive only in the words of their enemies. What you call fact may be nothing more than propaganda calcified by repetition. Archaeology reveals fragments, but fragments mislead. Pottery shards, bones, inscriptions, they whisper hints, but never completeness. Entire narratives are constructed from scraps. A single misinterpretation can distort centuries of understanding. And yet, once embedded in textbooks, distortion becomes orthodoxy. Generations live under illusions born of incomplete evidence. Even recent history collapses into fabrication. Governments curate archives. Corporations control data. Documents vanish, recordings are edited, events are reframed. Propaganda machines flood the present with noise until truth drowns. When the Soviet Union erased purged officials from photographs, it was not merely censorship, it was ontology rewriting what existed. The digital age only accelerates this. Images manipulated, timelines altered, records deleted at the click of a button. The past itself can be rewritten in real time. Memory and history blur. Just as personal memory is unstable, collective memory fractures under manipulation. Consider the Holocaust, an event meticulously documented, yet denial persists. Narratives twisted by ideology. If even the most recorded atrocities can be doubted, then what confidence remains for the rest of history? What happens when the weight of forgetting outpaces the weight of remembering? Philosophy confronts this abyss. Walter Benjamin wrote of history as a wreckage piling at the feet of the angel of history, who longs to repair but is blown helplessly into the future by the storm called progress. The wreckage is endless, unredeemed. Every moment of the past that was not remembered, not recorded, not preserved, is annihilated. Your entire civilization rests on ruins invisible to you. Even what is preserved decays. Languages die. Scripts become indecipherable. The Indus Valley civilization left inscriptions no one can read. The Maya script was shattered by conquest, only partially reconstructed centuries later. Countless voices have spoken into the void, and silence has swallowed them. You live atop a graveyard of meaning. What, then, is the past? Is it what happened, or what is told? If all records vanish tomorrow, would history cease to exist, or would it continue as a phantom with no memory? Perhaps history is not the past at all, but a present act of storytelling. Each time you say, "It happened," you reconstitute fragments into a narrative that feels whole but is full of holes. And what does this mean for you? Your personal history, too, is selective. You remember certain moments, forget others. You tell your story to yourself until you believe it, while discarding contradictions. Just as nations curate history, you curate identity. Both are lies built upon silence. So tell me, if the majority of history, personal and collective, has already been erased, then how much of what you call reality is nothing but silence pretending to be truth? You live as though the universe notices you, as though your struggles, choices, and meanings matter in the vast machinery of existence. But the universe is silent. Its scale, its age, its forces dwarf you to invisibility. Whatever story you tell about yourself dissolves against the indifferent backdrop of cosmic time. Begin with scale. The Earth feels immense to you, but it is a speck orbiting a mediocre star. That star is one of hundreds of billions in the Milky Way. And the Milky Way itself is one of trillions of galaxies expanding away from each other in an accelerating void. When Carl Sagan called Earth a pale blue dot, he meant to humble, but humility does not cut deep enough. On cosmic scales, you are not small. You are non-existent. Consider time. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Human civilization occupies only a sliver of that span, mere thousands of years. Your personal life, a few decades, is indistinguishable from zero. The stars you see tonight may already be dead. Their light only now reaches you, delayed by thousands of years, as if mocking the brevity of your presence. Even the pyramids of Egypt, which feel eternal, are dust compared to the lifespan of the universe. Your existence is not a chapter. It is not even a word. It is a breath lost in the storm. And what of meaning? You act as though meaning exists, as though your decisions carry cosmic weight. But the universe does not respond to morality. Supernova obliterate planets without hesitation. Black holes swallow stars without pause. The laws of physics proceed without judgment, without awareness. There is no cosmic record of your deeds, no ledger of justice, no universal scale. Morality is a local invention of fragile brains, destined to vanish with the species that imagined it. Even survival is indifferent. Extinction is the norm. Over 99% of species that have ever lived are gone. Dinosaurs ruled for 165 million years, far longer than humanity has existed, and yet they were erased by a rock from the sky. No warning, no justice, no cosmic lament, just silence. Why would you expect a different fate? Physics intensifies the bleakness. Entropy dictates that the universe trends toward disorder, toward heat death, a final state where no energy differences remain, no stars shine, no thought can arise. Every structure collapses, every flame extinguishes. The universe is not heading toward meaning. It is heading toward silence, absolute and irreversible. And yet, you cling to anthropocentrism, the fantasy that the universe notices, that consciousness crowns existence. But look closer. Consciousness is not written into the stars. It is an accident of chemistry, neurons firing for a brief moment in a forgotten corner. When Earth is gone, when the sun expands and consumes it, when galaxies drift beyond visibility, your kind will not be remembered. There will be nothing left to remember. Even now, your place is precarious. The Earth could be erased tomorrow, by nuclear war, by pandemic, by asteroid, by supervolcano. or by chance gamma ray bursts capable of sterilizing the planet detonate. Somewhere in the universe every few million years. If one were aimed here, you would never see it coming. A single silent beam of radiation, and everything vanishes. The universe does not care that you wrote, loved, suffered, dreamed. It erases without hesitation. Philosophy calls this the absurd, the collision between humanity's hunger for meaning and the universe's indifference. Camus suggested defiance. But defiance, too, is swallowed by silence. Whether you resist or surrender, the void remains unchanged. Your stance alters nothing. The indifference of the universe does not notice you noticing it. So ask yourself, if the universe neither knows you nor cares for you, then was there ever such a thing as significance? Or was it only a fragile dream whispered against an endless, indifferent night? You live as though memory is a faithful witness, an archive you can consult to verify who you are. But memory is not a recording, it is a reconstruction. Each time you recall, you rewrite. Each time you revisit the past, you edit it with present desires, moods, and narratives. What you call memory is not a stable foundation but a fragile fiction, continuously redrafted by the brain. Consider Elizabeth Loftus's experiments on false memories. Participants were convinced that they had been lost in a shopping mall as children, though it never happened. The brain filled in details, the color of the floor, the panic, the rescue. It felt real because memory does not distinguish between fiction and fact once the story is woven. Your most intimate recollections could be contaminated by mere suggestion, by the slightest pressure of language, by an authority figure telling you, this happened. Think of how dangerous this is. If your identity depends on memory, and memory itself is fluid, then who are you? Are you the sum of real events or of false reconstructions? Can you be certain that your proudest achievement happened as you recall, or that your deepest betrayal unfolded as you believe? Entire court cases, lives condemned or acquitted, hinge on testimony that is nothing but neurochemical smoke. Neuroscience deepens the wound. Memories are not stored whole, but distributed in fragments across neural networks. When you retrieve one, the brain assembles it like a puzzle, but the act of assembly introduces error. Each recall destabilizes the trace, opening the memory to distortion before it is stored again. This means your oldest memories, the ones you cling to as anchors, are the most rewritten, the least reliable. The foundations of your identity are the most corrupted. History compounds the instability. Collective memory, too, is a reconstruction. Nations rewrite their pasts to justify their present. Textbooks omit, distort, glorify, or conceal. The story of history is not what happened, but what survived, what was recorded, and what was permitted. Documents are lost, destroyed, manipulated. Oral histories twist with time. Even your people's shared identity is a hallucination, a curated selection of fragments stitched into coherence. And trauma complicates it further. For decades, psychology debated whether traumatic memories are repressed or heightened. Some victims recall nothing until years later, only for those memories to emerge fragmented, distorted, impossible to verify. Others remember too vividly, trapped in loops of intrusive imagery. In both cases, the truth becomes inaccessible. Pain reshapes memory into something unbearable, and the question of what really happened dissolves into uncertainty. Even mundane recall is unreliable. Try remembering the exact clothes you wore last Tuesday, or what you ate for lunch 2 weeks ago. You can't, and yet, in the moment, you believe those experiences were significant enough to register. Now they are gone, erased by neglect. If identity is continuity of memory, then what happens to the forgotten versions of you? Were they ever real, or were they discarded drafts in the endless rewriting of self? Psychologists call memory constructive. It is not a vault, but a narrative engine, constantly reshaping the past to make sense of the present. You think. You know your childhood, but you remember it from the vantage point of your current self, projecting backward what now seems coherent. Your past is not the original experience, but a story edited by all the versions of you that came after. You are haunted not by what happened, but by what your brain allows you to believe happened. There is no escape in accuracy. Even photographs and videos fail. You imagine they anchor memory and truth, but they too are curated fragments chosen from infinite forgotten moments. And when you see them, your brain reconstructs around them, altering what you remember. The past becomes plastic, shifting to match the artifacts you still possess. The absence of a photograph erases. The presence of one rewrites dot, so the question becomes unbearable. If your memory is not reliable, and your history is not stable, then on what do you build your sense of self? If the foundation of you is mutable, then who is remembering when you remember? You live under the illusion that history is a record of what happened. It is not. It is a selection, a distortion, a weaponized narrative curated by victors, institutions, and accidents of survival. What you call the past is not the sum of all that occurred. It is the residue of what was permitted to remain. Every page of a textbook, every monument, every archive conceals far more than it reveals. Consider the phrase, history is written by the victors. It is not metaphor. Empires erase the accounts of those they conquer. Libraries burn, languages vanish, records are destroyed not by chance, but by intention. The conqueror does not want the conquered remembered as they were, but as they are useful to the new story. Colonial powers painted indigenous peoples as primitive, violent, or non-existent, obliterating centuries of culture, law, and science. What survives is a distortion that justifies domination, but distortion is not always malicious. Sometimes it is structural. Only certain materials survive time stone, parchment, inscriptions. Entire civilizations built in wood or oral tradition vanish almost without trace. Archaeology uncovers fragments, but fragments deceive. A shard of pottery, a burial site, a ruined wall, these are not the whole story, but they are all we have. And from them we extrapolate, inventing grand narratives. From fragile remains. How much of what you believe about ancient civilizations is nothing more than projection, a reconstruction born from dust? Even recent history is unstable. Consider the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. To some, it represents liberation and triumph. To others, humiliation and loss. The event is the same, but the story diverges depending on perspective. Which one is history? Both and neither. Memory collides with narrative, and truth dissolves into ideology. Worse, the official record is curated deliberately. Governments decide what to declassify, what to redact, what to hide indefinitely. Secret programs, covert operations, state crimes. By the time they are revealed, if ever, the damage is done. The historical narrative is already cemented. When the truth surfaces decades later, it enters as a footnote, powerless against the myth already woven, and the masses comply. Collective memory prefers simplicity. Heroes and villains, beginnings and endings. Complexity is forgotten because it cannot be taught in a single slogan. School children learn a version of history tailored for cohesion, for nationalism, for pride. They are not taught uncertainty. They are given certainty. But certainty is a lie. The fragility of archives should terrify you. One fire can erase centuries. The Library of Alexandria is the cliché, but it is not alone. Countless manuscripts, codices, oral traditions, and artifacts have vanished through war, natural disaster, or simple neglect. Every gap is a silence, and every silence is filled not with truth, but with invention. The past you think you know is stitched together with guesswork over abysses of absence. Even technology does not save us. Digital records seem eternal, but they are more fragile than paper. Hard drives decay, formats become obsolete, servers collapse, platforms vanish. The early internet is already a graveyard of broken links and lost data. The future may know less about our time than we know about the medieval past. You live in a flood of information, but floods wash away as easily as they drown. Philosophers like Michel Foucault argued that history is not neutral knowledge, but a battlefield of power. To control the narrative of the past is to shape the possibilities of the future. What is remembered constrains what can be imagined. If the story of the oppressed is erased, their descendants inherit silence. If the crimes of the powerful are omitted, their authority persists unchallenged. History is not a mirror, it is a tool dot. So ask yourself, if history is a weapon, if archives are fragile, if memory is rewritten, then what anchors you to the past? At all? If you cannot trust the stories of yesterday, how can you trust the meaning of today? You live as if your body belongs to you, as if it is an extension of your will, but it is not yours. It is an ecosystem, a colony, a battlefield of competing forces over which you have almost no control. The you that thinks, chooses, and believes is outnumbered in your own skin by countless organisms and processes that neither ask your permission nor reveal their presence, that begin with the microbes. There are more bacterial cells in your body than human cells. The microbiome in your gut, on your skin, in your mouth, and throughout your tissues shapes your digestion, your immunity, even your mood. When you feel anxious or depressed, it may not be because of your thoughts, but because colonies of bacteria in your intestines are altering neurotransmitter production. When you crave sugar, it may not be your will, but the demands of microscopic populations fighting for survival. In this sense, your body is not a self, it is a host dot. Then there are the viruses. Much of your DNA, perhaps 8% or more, is viral in origin, fragments left behind from ancient infections that embedded themselves in your genome. You carry the ghosts of plagues as part of your essence. Without them, you would not even exist. Some viral insertions became necessary for placental development, meaning your very birth depended on viral trespass. You are not a pure human essence, but a hybrid, a genetic archive of invasions. Even your nervous system resists ownership. Reflexes move before thought. Touch a hot surface and your hand recoils before your brain registers the burn. Your spinal cord decides, not you. Consider the autonomic nervous system. Your heartbeat, your breathing, your digestion all function outside of conscious control. You cannot stop them at will, not for long. The processes that sustain your life do not require you. You are less a commander than a passenger. Your immune system complicates the illusion further. It treats parts of you as enemy if they deviate from its definition of self. Autoimmune diseases emerge when this recognition fails, and your body attacks itself with ruthless efficiency. Even within your own skin, you can be perceived as an invader. The body does not serve you, it serves its own blind logic. Whether or not you survive the consequences. And then there is cancer. Your own cells, once cooperative, breaking free. From the collective, multiplying uncontrollably, rewriting the architecture of your body to serve only their growth. Cancer is not foreign, it is treachery from within. The line between self and enemy collapses. You are your own undoing. Neurology sharpens the wound. The feeling of bodily ownership. This is my hand, my leg, my body is a construction of the brain. Phantom limb syndrome reveals the illusion. Amputees continue to feel pain or sensation in limbs that no longer exist. The brain insists the body remains whole, even when reality contradicts it. Conversely, body integrity identity disorder drives some to feel alienated from their own limbs, perceiving them as foreign objects that must be removed. The boundary of my body is fragile, easily fractured. Consider parasites that hijack. Behavior. Toxoplasma gondii, a protozoan carried by cats, alters rodent brains, removing their fear of feline predators. The parasite drives the mouse to suicide for its own reproductive cycle. When humans are infected, correlations emerge with altered risk-taking behavior, slower reactions, even increased likelihood of car accidents. Who is driving, the self or the parasite? And always, decay lurks. Cells replicate with errors. Skin sheds, muscles weaken. The body ages not by choice, but by entropy, by the collapse of repair mechanisms that once sustained you. Your skin, your bones, your organs betray you incrementally until you are discarded. Your supposed ownership was never ownership. It was temporary lease on a deteriorating machine dot. So if the microbes whisper, the viruses write your DNA. The nerves act without you. The cells betray, the body disintegrates. Then what exactly is yours in your body? If your flesh is not you, then where do you exist at all? You assume your thoughts originate from within, as if your mind is a sealed chamber where you generate ideas, beliefs, and choices. But every thought you have is seeded by forces outside of you. Language, culture, memory, biology, suggestion. The voice in your head is not yours. It is a chorus of influences you did not choose, rehearsing lines written long before you were born. Begin with language. You did not invent the words you think in. They were given to you. Every sentence in. Your mind is borrowed from a tongue shaped by centuries of conquest, migration, and politics. Language is not neutral. It structures how you perceive reality. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis suggests that the categories available in a language constrain what its speakers can think. A culture with no word for blue does not see blue the way you do. Your very perception is colonized by vocabulary. What you call thought is often just language, and language is inherited. Culture amplifies the theft. From birth, you are saturated with norms, expectations, values. You did not choose your religion, your customs, your moral instincts, they were planted in you by parents, teachers, peers, and media. Even your rebellions are shaped by the culture you resist. To imagine you think independently is to ignore the invisible scaffolding of tradition and ideology that holds every idea in place. Psychology demonstrates how suggestible you are. In Solomon Asch's conformity experiments, participants denied the evidence of their eyes, choosing wrong answers just to align with the group. In Stanley Milgram's obedience studies, ordinary people administered what they believed to be lethal shocks when commanded by an authority figure. These weren't abstract hypotheticals. They were people like you, their thoughts overridden by social pressure. What you think you would do in such experiments is irrelevant. The evidence shows that thought bends under the weight of context. Advertising exploits this weakness constantly. Colors, jingles, repeated slogans burrow into your unconscious. You buy, crave, believe not because you rationally decided, but because you are primed, nudged, manipulated. The mere exposure effect shows that simply seeing something repeatedly increases your preference for it. Your choices are echoes of repetition, not expressions of freedom. Neurology undermines you further. Studies reveal that thoughts can be predicted by monitoring brain activity before you are conscious of them. Just as Libet showed readiness potentials before action, more recent fMRI scans can anticipate decisions seconds before awareness. Thought forms unconsciously, and consciousness arrives late, clutching it as if it were your own. But if it begins before you, how can it belong to you? And trauma rewires thought without permission. A soldier back from war hears fireworks and feels terror. A survivor of abuse smells a familiar scent and spirals into panic. The thought is not chosen. It erupts from networks conditioned by pain. Even happiness, desire, hope, these too are conditioned responses, anchored in associations beyond your control. Your mind is less an originator of thought than a landscape shaped by past storms. Then consider memory intrusions. You are walking, and suddenly an unwanted image forces itself into consciousness. You did not invite it. It appeared. Thought does not ask for your approval. The stream of consciousness flows regardless of your intent. You take credit for the ones that feel coherent and dismiss the rest as noise. But all of them arise from the same machinery beyond reach. Philosophy exposes the illusion. Nietzsche called thoughts the shadows of our feelings, always darker, emptier, and simpler. Schopenhauer claimed we do not control our thoughts, but merely witness them. Buddhism, for centuries, has taught that the self is not the owner of thought, but the stage on which thought arises and dissolves. The modern sciences only confirm what was long suspected. The thinker is not the source, and what of influence you cannot see. Subliminal cues, unconscious biases, ancestral imprints all shape your thought without revealing themselves. Even your reasoning, the faculty you trust most, is riddled with cognitive biases, confirmation bias, anchoring, hindsight illusion, framing effects. Your mind twists evidence to fit what it already believes, and then tells you that you have reasoned correctly. So ask yourself, if your language, your culture, your biology, your trauma, your memory, and your biases dictate your thoughts, then what part of any thought is truly yours? If none, then who exactly is the one doing the thinking? You move through life as though time is a river flowing forward, carrying you from past to future. But time is not what it seems. It is not a neutral stage on which you act, nor is it under your control. It confines you, dictates every change, erodes every victory. You imagine freedom, yet you cannot step outside of its current. You are trapped in a structure you cannot escape, and you do not even know what it is. Physics dismantles your illusions first. Einstein showed that time is not absolute but relative, bound to space in a single fabric, space-time. Your perception of its steady march is only local. Move faster, approach the speed of light, and time dilates. Seconds stretch, clocks tick. Slower, fall into a gravitational well, and time bends, warps, slows. From another vantage point, your life might pass in a blink or stretch into eternity. What you call now is not universal. It is provincial, fragile, parochial. But relativity is only the beginning. Consider the block universe theory. Past, present, and future coexist simultaneously. The flow of time is an illusion of consciousness, a trick of perception. If the block universe is real, then your future is as fixed as your past. You are not moving through time. You are frozen in a four-dimensional structure, convinced of motion because your brain insists on it. The decisions you believe you are making were always already there. Even within your everyday perception, time deceives you. Neuroscience shows that the brain stitches together fragments of sensory input into a coherent sequence. What you experience as the present moment is a buffer, a construction, a half-second delay. You are always living in the past, deceived into believing it is the present. The now you cling to has already vanished by the time you feel it. History traps you further. Every action you take is bound by what came before. You cannot undo your childhood, your traumas, your mistakes. You cannot unlearn your culture, erase your conditioning, or live outside the accumulated consequences of billions of prior events. Every breath is predetermined by an unbroken chain stretching back to the Big Bang. You are chained to a past you cannot alter, dragged forward toward a future you cannot avoid. Entropy enforces the prison with cruelty. The second law of thermodynamics dictates that disorder always increases. Time has a direction, the arrow, pointing toward decay. Glass shatters, but does not reassemble. Bodies age, but do not grow young. Stars burn out, but do not rekindle. Every heartbeat is entropy at work. Every wrinkle a record of irreversible collapse. Time is not simply passing. It is devouring. Even your perception of time collapses under scrutiny. Under stress, minutes feel like hours. In joy, hours vanish. Like seconds. In dreams, an entire lifetime can compress into moments. If time were objective, why would it fracture under the weight of consciousness? Your sense of duration is a hallucination, a fragile estimation made by a brain that cannot grasp the scale of the infinite. And what of death? Time guarantees it. No matter how carefully you live, how fiercely you resist, time marches you toward an end you cannot refuse. The universe does not pause. Every second you live is a second you lose. The prison of time is not only walls, it is executioner. Philosophy wrestles with this despair. Augustine wrote that time is elusive. The past no longer exists, the future does not yet exist, and the present cannot be grasped. What, then, is time? Heidegger claimed you are not simply in time, you are time, defined entirely by your being toward death. You are not free of time because you are time's unfolding, its temporary manifestation. So here is the collapse. You do not move through time, and you do not control it. You are sculpted by it, imprisoned within it, extinguished by it. If you cannot escape it, cannot stop it, cannot even define it, then what exactly is the you that imagines it was ever moving freely within it? You cling to the idea that you are someone, a coherent being with a stable identity. You tell yourself stories about your past, your values, your desires, your future. But identity is not essence. It is performance. It is costume. It is mask. Layered upon mask, stitched together from fragments that were never yours to begin with. Beneath it all, there is no stable self. Only the shifting machinery of biology and culture, pretending to be whole. Start with psychology. Erik Erikson described identity as a developmental achievement, a stage where you integrate roles and experiences into a sense of self. But integration does not mean truth, it means coherence. The brain edits contradictions, silences dissonance, smooths rough edges until the narrative feels believable. You are not consistent because you are stable. You are consistent because you are selective. Consider the experiments on self-perception. In Nisbet and Wilson's studies, participants explained their choices with confidence, even when those choices were manipulated. When shown two identical items, they invented reasons for preferring one. When their behavior was altered by hidden influences, they insisted it was their own free decision. The brain demands a story, even if it must lie. Your identity is this endless story-making and improvisation masquerading as truth. Culture supplies the materials. You define yourself as son or daughter, citizen or outsider, worker or rebel. But these categories pre-existed you. You did not create them. You inherited them. Without cultural scaffolding, your identity would collapse. The clothes you wear, the career you pursue, the language you use to describe your emotions, all are borrowed. What you call individuality is merely a remix of borrowed parts. Philosophy strips away the mask further. David Hume could not find a stable self in introspection, only a bundle of perceptions, sensations, and thoughts in constant flux. Buddhism reaches the same conclusion. Enlightenment, no self. The self is illusion, a convenient fiction generated by craving and attachment. Neuroscience confirms it. The brain has no central I, only distributed networks, each responsible for fragments of perception and action. The self is not a singular entity. It is a committee pretending to be one. And what happens when the committee fractures? Split brain patients, whose hemispheres are severed, reveal that two consciousnesses can inhabit one skull, each with its own perceptions and desires. Identity divides with a scalpel, or consider dissociative identity disorder. Multiple selves, each with distinct memories, mannerisms, even physiological responses, housed in one body. Which one is the real self? All of them? None of them? Even in the ordinary, identity is unstable. You are not the same person with your family as with your friends, not the same at work as in solitude. You shift masks without noticing, tailoring speech, posture, and thought to context. You call this adaptation. But if you are always adapting, when are you authentic? Perhaps never. Perhaps authenticity itself is the greatest masked out, and then there is time. The child you once were is gone. The person you were 5 years ago would not recognize your present thoughts, desires, or habits. Yet you call them both you. Why? Because memory stitches them together, fabricating continuity where there is only change. Your identity is not persistence, it is inertia, a refusal to admit that you are constantly dissolving. Even your body betrays this lie. Every cell is replaced, every molecule recycled. The you that existed 10 years ago is materially gone. Yet you insist the continuity is real. Identity survives in memory and narrative, not in substance. The body you defend as yours is already a stranger, and so identity collapses. It is not core but costume, not essence but mask. You cling to it because without it, the void gapes open. But clinging does not make it real. The question gnaws. If yourself is nothing but a mask, then who or what is it that wears it? You are taught to believe in choice, that every moment offers a branch, a fork in the road, a chance to shape your destiny. You imagine yourself standing before options, weighing them, selecting one. But choice is not freedom. It is illusion. A theater staged after the machinery of your brain and environment have already dictated the outcome. The feeling of decision is only the shadow of processes that happened without you. Begin with neuroscience. Benjamin Libet's famous experiments revealed that the brain's readiness potential spikes before conscious awareness of intention. Later, studies extended this window. Researchers using fMRI could predict decisions up to 7 seconds before participants reported choosing. By the time you decide, the decision has already been made. Consciousness is informed late, like a secretary signing paperwork after the orders were issued. Psychology deepens the trap. The phenomenon of choice blindness demonstrates that people will defend choices they never actually made. In one experiment, subjects were shown 2 faces and asked which was more attractive. After making a selection, the researchers secretly swapped the card, showing them the opposite face. Most participants failed to notice, and when asked why they had chosen it, they invented elaborate reasons. The brain not only fails to notice the loss of choice, it fabricates justification for it. And what of the choices you think are personal? They are saturated with external influence. Advertising primes your preferences. Social norms box in your options. Algorithms filter what you see, deciding which choices even reach you. The path you imagine as open and infinite has already been narrowed to a corridor before you take a step. You select only from the menu you are given, never from the infinite possibilities you cannot imagine. Even the mechanics of preference are not yours. Dopamine pathways fire in response to stimuli, conditioning you to seek certain rewards, avoid certain punishments. A craving for sugar is not a free decision. It is biochemical reinforcement. A desire for social approval is not chosen. It is an evolutionary mechanism. You believe you want something, but your wants are not free. They are programmed. Consider addiction as the starkest example. The addict knows the cost, feels the destruction, swears to stop. Yet the craving overrides intention. The choice to relapse is not a choice at all, but a compulsion cloaked in rationalization. But addiction is only the extreme version of ordinary life. Every habit, every impulse, every repetitive behavior is the same machinery at work, automatic. Compulsive, dressed up in the language of will-philosophy, has long wrestled with this. Spinoza declared that humans believe themselves free only because they are conscious of their actions, unaware of the causes that determine them. Schopenhauer was more direct. Man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills. You can choose the means, but not the desires that drive them. You cannot choose your preferences, your inclinations, your nature. And if you cannot choose these, what freedom is left? Worse still, determinism suggests that every decision was fixed from the start. If the universe unfolds according to physical law, then every particle in your brain follows trajectories set in motion at the Big Bang. The illusion of choice is merely your brain's narrative of inevitability. Free will is not a power, it is a misunderstanding. Even randomness offers no escape. If quantum events inject indeterminacy into the brain, then your choices are not determined, but random. But randomness is not freedom. To be governed by chance is no more liberating than to be governed by law. You are still not the author, you are the dice. And so choice collapses. You feel it, but you cannot find it. You act, but you cannot own the cause. You justify, but you cannot control the desire that demands justification. If choice is illusion, if freedom is theater, then what remains of responsibility, morality, or identity? If you never chose, then who or what is it that pretends it ever could? You have been told since childhood that morality depends on choice. Goodness, you were taught, lies in resisting temptation. Evil lies in surrendering. Praise and blame rest on the assumption that you could have acted otherwise. But what if you could not? What if no one ever could? Consider the courtroom. A judge sentences a criminal, assuming the criminal chose to commit the crime. But if the criminal's brain was sculpted by genetics, trauma, and environment, where is choice? A tumor in the orbitofrontal cortex can alter personality overnight, transforming a peaceful person into one prone to violence. The same is true for subtler changes. Lead exposure in childhood increases impulsivity and aggression decades later. Do we blame the person or the lead? But then, what is the difference between lead poisoning and the ordinary cocktail of causes that shape everyone? Philosophy recognized this collapse long ago. If determinism holds, then moral responsibility is incoherent. You cannot punish someone for doing what they could not avoid doing. At best, you can quarantine them, as you would a rabid animal, not for justice, but for protection. The concept of desert, the idea that someone deserves punishment or reward, evaporates. What remains is only utility. We shape behavior with consequences, not because they deserve them, but because it changes future actions. Yet the human mind clings to blame. We rage at the drunk driver, the corrupt politician, the cheating lover. We say they could have done otherwise. But science whispers, no, they could not. Neuroscience shows that every impulse, every hesitation, every rationalization has a cause, and that cause has its own cause, stretching back into the infinite regress of time. The chain has no break, no moment of genuine origination. This realization bleeds into history. Every atrocity you condemn, slavery, genocide, tyranny, was inevitable, the product of forces converging with mechanical necessity. The Holocaust, the Inquisition, the gulags. Do you dare accept that the perpetrators were never free to act differently? That their cruelty was not chosen, but compelled? That morality, at its root, was never more than the sum of causes colliding? And if blame dissolves, so too does praise. The saint, the hero, the martyr, they too, are automatons following scripts they did not write. The courage of a firefighter running into a burning building is not authored. It is the inevitable result of biology and upbringing, of conditioning. And impulse, you cheer, but you cheer for inevitability. You honor, but you honor machinery. This view is unbearable. Without freedom, morality collapses into pragmatism. We restrain the murderer not because he deserves it, but because it prevents further harm. We reward the generous not because they chose well, but because reinforcing generosity spreads cooperation. Every action becomes management of behavior, never justice. But what of your own life? When you feel guilt for past choices, what are you guilty of? If you could not have acted differently, guilt is absurd. And yet you still feel it because your brain is wired to generate that sensation, regardless of truth. Your guilt is not evidence of freedom, but of programming. The collapse does not stop there. If morality is illusion, then so is redemption. No one ever becomes better. They only continue along the path determined for them, a trajectory that always could unfold only as it does. What you call growth is just the next inevitable frame of the film strip. You applaud progress, but progress was always baked in. And then comes the most corrosive question. If there is no morality, no true blame or praise, then what of meaning itself? What is left when good and evil are revealed as words? Without anchor? Are you ready to live in a world where atrocity is not evil, heroism is not noble, and your judgment is just a reflex echoing through an indifferent void? You were taught to see history as a story, kings deciding, generals plotting, revolutions ignited by passion and will. You were taught to believe in the turning points moments where human choice shifted the course of civilization. But when you strip away the myth of free will, history changes shape. It ceases to be a story of decisions and becomes instead the grinding inevitability of machinery. Consider the First World War. Textbooks describe assassins, alliances, and ultimatums. But was there ever a moment where Europe could have avoided catastrophe? The continent was a tinderbox of militarization, nationalism, and colonial competition. Even if Gavrilo Princip had missed his shot, even if Franz Ferdinand had lived, another spark would have ignited the same war. The individual is incidental. The machinery is absolute. The same logic applies to every great man of history. Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler were they authors of events or expressions of conditions that demanded them? Take Hitler. Germany after the First World War was humiliated, economically shattered, politically unstable. Was it possible that no demagogue would rise from such soil? Or was his ascent as inevitable as water finding the lowest ground? The face could have changed, the name could have been different, but the role was waiting to be filled. Marx saw this clearly. He wrote of history as driven not by individual will, but by material conditions, by class struggle grinding forward like a vast impersonal machine. Whether you accept his conclusions or not, the frame remains. The individual is not a driver of history, but a symptom of it. When you look closely, every so-called choice becomes a gear turning within a larger system. Even cultural revolutions follow this pattern. The Enlightenment was not born because men suddenly chose reason. It was the byproduct of the printing press, rising literacy, the spread of commerce, the destabilization of religious monopoly. The civil rights movement did not emerge from the decision of Martin Luther King Jr. alone, but from decades of demographic shifts, economic patterns, and political necessity. Leaders are symbols. They embody inevitability, not freedom, but this strips history of comfort. You cannot say, it could have gone differently. You cannot indulge in alternate timelines where a single choice saves millions. The Holocaust, the famines, the wars, each was not a mistake, but an inevitability. Each horror unfolded because it had to, because every condition demanded it. Even your personal lineage is shaped by this machinery. Your ancestors met, reproduced, survived not because they chose, but because every cause in the universe pushed them into those exact convergences. Now extend this logic forward. If the past was inevitable, the future is as well. Wars not yet fought are already written. Disasters not yet seen are already coded into the trajectory of human systems. The leaders who will rise, the collapses that will unfold, the technologies that will dominate all of them are set in motion, indifferent to what you or anyone else chooses. You look at history and see tragedy, but tragedy requires agency, error, misstep. If agency is illusion, history is not tragic, it is mechanical. It is not a human drama, but the grinding of gears, blind and unstoppable. The myths of turning points and heroes are masks placed over inevitability to comfort you into thinking you matter not, and then you must face the most chilling implication. If history was always going to unfold exactly as it has, then all your suffering, all the wars, all the genocides, all the plagues were not accidents. They were necessary. Not necessary in a moral sense, but in a mechanical one. They could not have been otherwise. Humanity is not free to alter its course. It can only live out the path already traced. Do you still believe history belongs to you? Or do you finally see that you belong to it? You believe memory is a record, a storage device, a vault holding the truth of your past. You imagine it as a camera, faithfully preserving each moment for later retrieval. But memory is not a recording, it is a reconstruction. Each time you remember, you do not open a vault, you rewrite the script. Psychologists have demonstrated this again and again. Elizabeth Loftus showed how easily false memories can be implanted. In one study, participants were convinced they had been lost in a shopping mall as children. The event never happened, but many remembered it. Vividly details emotions, even dialogue. The brain weaves narrative from suggestion, then defends. It has truth. What you call memory is, in fact, storytelling. Consider eyewitness testimony. Courts once relied on it as the gold standard of truth. Yet research reveals its fragility. Stress, suggestion, even the phrasing of a single question can warp recollection. Two witnesses of the same crime often describe entirely different events. And worse people will defend these distorted memories with absolute conviction. Sincerity is not evidence of accuracy. Even without manipulation, memory decays. Neural traces degrade, details blur, context shifts. When you recall an event, you reconstruct it using fragments and inferences. Each reconstruction is vulnerable to contamination from present beliefs, emotions, and knowledge. By the 10th time you recall an event, you are no longer remembering the original moment. You are remembering the memory of the memory. The past erodes into recursive fiction, but the collapse runs deeper. Neuroscience shows that memory is not stored in a single place but distributed across brain networks. Damage to the hippocampus can erase the ability to form new memories while leaving old ones intact. Other forms of damage can preserve memory but strip away the sense of ownership, leaving experiences without the feeling that they belong to you. What does it mean if memory can survive without self or self without memory? Then comes déjà vu, the eerie sensation of reliving a moment you know is new. This arises from misfiring memory systems, the brain mistakenly flagging the present as remembered. In that instant, the line between past and present collapses. The feeling of familiarity has nothing to do with truth, and yet it feels undeniable. How many other certain memories are just glitches dressed in conviction? Think of collective memory history itself. Nations retell the past, altering it with each generation, mythologizing victories, minimizing atrocities. The memory of a culture is no more reliable than that of an individual. Both are constructions rehearsed and rewritten until they feel solid. You inherit stories, not facts. The past is a fiction agreed upon by survivors. And what of your own identity? You believe you are continuous because you remember being younger. Versions of yourself. But if those memories are reconstructions, partial, false, contaminated, then the continuity of self is an illusion built on sand. You are not the same person you remember being. You are the author of a fiction about someone who never truly existed. Here lies the abyss. If memory is unreliable, then the very fabric of your past collapses. Every cherished childhood moment, every shame, every triumph, are unstable reconstructions. You live inside a story constantly rewritten by a brain that cannot tell the difference between truth and invention. The past is not real. The past is a hallucination you rehearse until you forget that it was ever uncertain. So ask yourself, if you cannot trust your memory, then on what foundation does your identity rest? You walk through life convinced that there is a you inside your head, a steady core watching, choosing, experiencing. You imagine the self as a pilot, a singular consciousness seated behind your eyes, steering thought and action. But when you look closely philosophically, neurologically, experimentally, that center disappears. Begin with David Hume. He searched within and found only a bundle of perceptions, never a self that perceives them. Thoughts, sensations, emotions. Yes, but the observer behind them? Nowhere. The self is not a substance, but a pattern, an illusion stitched together by continuity. You mistake the stream for the one who watches the stream. Neuroscience confirms the fracture. The brain has no single command center. Instead, it is a network of competing modules, each processing fragments of information. Vision, language, emotion, motor control all arise from separate regions, bound together only loosely. There is no central screen where everything converges. Consciousness itself is distributed, a patchwork of parallel processes that sometimes synchronize, sometimes conflict. The self is not the owner of this orchestra. It is the afterimage produced when the instruments happen to play in unison. Consider split-brain patients whose corpus callosum has been severed. Present information to the left visual field, and the right hemisphere responds. Present it to the right visual field, and the left hemisphere responds. Each hemisphere acts with partial independence, often unaware of the other. In one famous case, a patient's left hand, controlled by the right hemisphere, attempted to button a shirt while the right hand simultaneously tried to unbutton it. Two wills, two selves, inside one skull. Which one is you? Even in ordinary brains, experiments reveal fragmentation. Daniel Wegner's studies on the illusion of conscious will showed that people often experience agency when none exists, feeling they caused an action that was externally manipulated. Conversely, actions the brain initiates unconsciously are retroactively claimed by the conscious self. Agency is attribution, not fact. The pilot claims credit for flights already flown. Meditative traditions have long recognized this emptiness. In Buddhism, the doctrine of anatta denies any permanent self. What you call I is a flux of sensations and desires, clung to by habit. Neuroscience echoes this. The self is not a thing but an emergent process, fragile and temporary. Destroy certain brain regions and personality shifts. Administer drugs, and identity dissolves. Selfhood is plastic, contingent, never essential. But what then is the voice in your head? The running commentary, the feeling of ownership? It is narrative, your brain's attempt to unify experience into coherence. Michael Gazzaniga calls it the interpreter module. Faced with scattered perceptions and actions, the brain weaves a story. I am the one who chose this. I am the one who feels that. Yet this interpreter is often wrong, fabricating reasons for actions whose true causes are hidden. The self is a storyteller who believes its own lies. Now imagine stripping the self away. Without the phantom of I, experience still flows sensations, thoughts, emotions, but without ownership. Pain without my pain, fear without my fear. The self is not necessary for experience. It is necessary only for the illusion of control. Remove it, and nothing collapses except the fiction of unity. This realization undermines everything you cling to. If the self is phantom, then who suffers? Who desires? Who loves? Every pronoun becomes hollow, every memory unmoored. The truth is not that you are the truth, is that experience arises, then fades, without a center dot. So ask yourself, if the self is only a story, who is it that reads these words? You take it for granted that you are conscious, that the light of awareness shines steadily, illuminating your thoughts, sensations, and choices. But consciousness is not the default state of matter. It is an anomaly, a fragile flame flickering against a vast backdrop of darkness. Most of the universe operates without it. Most of your own brain operates without it. Think of blindsight. Patients with damage to their primary visual cortex report total blindness, yet when asked to guess the location of objects, they succeed far above chance. They can navigate obstacles without seeing them. The information enters their brain, is processed, and guides behavior without awareness. Perception does not require consciousness. Awareness is decoration, not necessity. Consider automaticity. How many times have you driven a familiar route, only to realize you remember nothing of the journey? The body maneuvered, the brain computed, but you were absent. Even complex tasks can unfold unconsciously. The conscious self often arrives late, claiming authorship after the fact dot, and then anesthesia. A chemical bath erases awareness while leaving physiology intact. The body breathes, the heart beats, reflexes fire, but the light is gone. Consciousness can be switched off as easily as a lamp. What does this say about the continuity of you? If awareness can vanish so completely, was it ever essential or just an intermittent pattern, fragile and optional? Neuroscience struggles to locate consciousness. Is it an emergent property of neural complexity? An integration of information across networks? Or is it an illusion, a byproduct of processes that function perfectly well without it? Theories abound: the global workspace, integrated information theory, higher-order thought models, but none explain why matter should ever awaken. Why should atoms arranged one way be dark and arranged another suddenly know themselves? Philosophy calls this the hard problem of consciousness. You can explain how the brain processes information, but not why that processing is accompanied by subjective experience. Why there is something it is like to be you. Why there is an inner glow instead of pure mechanism. This mystery is so impenetrable that some philosophers suggest panpsychism, that consciousness pervades all matter from electrons upward. But if that is true, then your awareness is not special, not unique. It is diluted, everywhere, meaningless. Now, consider the possibility that consciousness is not continuous. Every night in dreamless sleep, awareness vanishes. You do not fade, you disappear. Hours pass in non-existence, then the light returns and you call it waking up. But what if the self that awakens is not the same self that vanished? What if each morning is the birth of a new awareness, inheriting the memories of the last, convinced of continuity? Would you ever know the difference? And what of death? Consciousness ends, the light extinguished. The machinery that generated. Awareness ceases, and with it the fragile phenomenon you call you. But if consciousness is not necessary, not guaranteed, not continuous, then perhaps it never truly belonged to you at all. Perhaps it was a temporary glitch in the machinery of matter, destined always to collapse. If most of the universe operates without consciousness, if most of your own brain functions without awareness, then why do you insist that your brief flicker of light matters? You live as though time flows. You imagine it as a river, the past receding behind you, the present rushing beneath you, the future stretching ahead. You comfort yourself with this story of motion because it makes sense of memory, anticipation, and decay. But physics tells another story, one in which time does not flow at all, and your sense of moving through it is only an illusion. Einstein shattered the old clockwork picture. In relativity, time is not a universal rhythm, but relative to the observer. Two people moving at different speeds will measure different durations. Astronauts returning from orbit are younger than their twins on Earth. Time is not absolute. It bends, stretches, slows. The ticking of your watch is not a measure of universal truth, but of your trajectory through spacetime.more. Disturbing is the block universe interpretation. Relativity suggests that past, present, and future all coexist, equally real. The universe is a four-dimensional block where every event is fixed: your birth, your death, every thought you will ever have. You are not traveling through time. You are a static slice of space-time, experiencing an illusion of passage. The future is already there, waiting. You are already dead, already dust, already forgotten, just in another coordinate of the block. But what, then, is the present? Neuroscience shows that your sense of now is a construction. The brain stitches together incoming data, smoothing gaps, discarding noise. It operates with delays, up to half a second between stimulus and awareness, yet you feel as though you experience events instantly. The present you inhabit is already past, a hallucination assembled after the fact. Memory and anticipation distort the picture further. You feel the past pulling on you through recollection, but those memories are reconstructions, not records. You feel the future calling through anticipation, but that too is projection. Past and future exist only as neural activity in the present, which itself is delayed. You are trapped in echoes and predictions, never in reality. And then quantum mechanics unsettles the ground further. Some interpretations suggest that time may not be fundamental at all, but emergent, a byproduct of entanglement and entropy. Others imply that causality itself can be violated, that effects may ripple backward, reshaping what you think was fixed. If time does not flow, if causality can be reversed, then your entire experience of sequence is theater, not truth. Corrodes identity. You believe you persist because you pass from moment to moment, carrying memory forward. But if time does not flow, you do not move. Each you is frozen in its own frame, eternal and isolated. The child you remember being still exists. The old person you will become already exists, and that consciousness reading these words is just one frame among many. There is no continuity, only the illusion of it. Death, then, is not an event waiting in the future, but a location in the block where you already reside. The corpse you will become is as real as the living body you inhabit now. You are already both. The arrow of time, the narrative of life, is only your perspective sliding along a dimension that does not move God. So ask yourself, if time is not flowing, if past and future are equally real, then what is the difference between the moment you cling to now and the moment you most fear? You believe in progress. You believe that effort builds, that order can be sustained, that meaning can be carved into the world and preserved. But physics whispers a darker truth. Entropy always wins. Every structure, every memory, every achievement is temporary. The universe itself is a machine for dismantling. Entropy is the measure of disorder, the dispersal of energy. In any closed system, it increases. This is the second law of thermodynamics, one of the most unforgiving principles in science. A hot cup of coffee cools, never heats itself. A body ages, never rejuvenates spontaneously. A civilization rises, decays, and collapses. The direction of time itself, the arrow that makes past, distinct from future, emerges from entropy's relentless increase. Your own body is entropy in motion. Cells accumulate mutations, proteins misfold, synapses degrade. You fight this with medicine, diet, and technology, but the trend is irreversible. To live is to resist entropy temporarily, at the cost of producing more of it around you. Every breath, every heartbeat, every thought increases disorder in the universe. You survive by accelerating decay elsewhere. Extend this principle outward. Civilizations build monuments, libraries, archives to defy forgetting. But stone crumbles. Paper rots, data corrupts. Even digital memory, written in magnetic domains or silicon transistors, succumbs to degradation. Bit rot, hardware failure, electromagnetic interference, every archive has an expiration date. The knowledge you imagine eternal will vanish. Every book will burn, every file will be lost, every trace will erode into silence. The stars themselves are subject to entropy. Fusion consumes hydrogen, leaving heavier elements and radiation. Stars die, collapsing into white dwarfs, neutron stars, black holes. Even black holes are not eternal. Hawking radiation ensures they evaporate, particle by particle, into nothing. The cosmos trends toward heat death, a state of maximum entropy where no gradients remain, no work is possible, no structure survives, not in that distant horizon. All differences vanish. Temperature equalizes. Motion ceases. A universe becomes uniform, featureless, silent. Not destruction, but dissolution. Not fire, but suffocation. Meaning requires contrast, distinction, pattern. Entropy erases them all. This collapse is not only cosmic, but personal. Entropy undoes your memories. Neural connections weaken, plaques spread, recall falters. The self dissolves into confusion. Alzheimer's is entropy manifest in flesh, a preview of the universal collapse. Even before your body dies, your order unravels, leaving behind only fragments, noise, disorder. But do not comfort yourself with legacy. Entropy consumes that too. Names fade from records. Achievements lose context. Monuments crumble into rubble. If the universe persists long enough, every trace of humanity will vanish. The pyramids, the cathedrals, the satellites orbiting Earth dust. Even if some future intelligence preserves your image, entropy will eventually undo it. The second law is patient, and patience is absolute victory. Entropy reveals the futility of resistance. Every act of creation is also an act of decay. Build a house, and you accelerate the entropy of forests, quarries, fuel. Preserve a memory, and you burn energy, hastening universal disorder. To live is to lose. To act is to decay. To exist is to unravel. And so you must face the bleakest truth. Nothing survives. Not you, not your species, not your planet, not your stars. All order is temporary rebellion against the fundamental law of the universe, a rebellion that must fail. What you call meaning, purpose, progress, these are momentary eddies in a current that erases all patterns. So ask yourself, if everything you are, everything you build, everything you love is destined to be swallowed by entropy, then why do you pretend it matters at all? You think memory is your anchor to reality. You imagine it as a recording device, capturing events faithfully, replaying them when summoned. But memory is not a record. It is a reconstruction, fragile, plastic, and often false. What you believe, happened is never what happened. What you carry as identity is nothing more than a hallucination stitched together from fragments. Cognitive psychology has exposed this repeatedly. Elizabeth Loftus' studies on false memories demonstrated how easily they can be implanted. Subjects told they were lost in a shopping mall, as children often recalled the event, vividly describing details, feelings, even dialogue, despite it never occurring. Their minds confabulated reality out of suggestion. Your own memories are vulnerable to the same manipulations. Suggestion, repetition, and emotional framing rewrite the past. Even without external influence, recall is not retrieval but reassembly. Each act of remembering destabilizes the original trace, reshaping it according to your current state. Neuroscientists call this reconsolidation. Memory is like clay, softening whenever touched, reforming with every recollection. What you remember today may be nothing but the echo of echoes, distorted beyond recognition. Consider eyewitness testimony, long trusted in courts, long proven unreliable. Witnesses misidentify suspects, insist on events that never happened, confuse timelines. Confidence does not equal accuracy. In fact, the most confident are often the most wrong. Your certainty about your past is nothing but the persistence of a story you tell yourself. And what is the self, if not a narrative woven from these fragile threads? Strip memory away, and the continuity of identity collapses. Amnesia demonstrates this brutally. Remove the capacity to remember, and you vanish, leaving only a body with impulses. If memory defines the self, and memory is corrupt, then the self is corrupt. You are a fiction authored by unreliable neurons. Even collective memory, the history of nations, cultures, civilizations, is no sturdier. It is curated, revised, rewritten by those with power. Documents are destroyed, narratives edited, myths substituted for facts. You believe in historical continuity, yet archives rot, artifacts disintegrate, accounts contradict. What remains is a patchwork stitched together to serve present needs. History, like personal memory, is not a record but a story, mutable, fallible, false. And neuroscience cuts even deeper. Memories are not stored as wholes, but distributed across neural networks. When you recall, your brain does not retrieve an image. It reconstructs one from scattered signals. This is why memories blur, fuse, and shift. Why trauma lingers as fragments, sensations, and impressions rather than coherent stories. Why dreams steal from memory, and memory steals from dreams. Think of your most cherished recollections, the moments you think define you. A childhood joy, a love, a loss. Each of them warped every time you revisit them, each less faithful to what happened, each more a reflection of who you are now rather than who you were then. Your identity is a recursive hallucination, memory shaping self, self shaping memory. Until nothing remains of the original dot, there is a darker consequence. If your memories are unstable, then your very sense of continuity, the you who woke yesterday, the you who speaks now, is illusory. Perhaps there is no stable thread at all, only a series of shifting reconstructions, each insisting it is the same self, but they are not. The person reading these words is not the same as the person who began. Continuity is a trick of memory, and memory is a trick itself. And when you forget, where do those selves go? If you cannot remember what you did, who you loved, what you thought, does that you cease to exist entirely? Is the self only as real as its recall? Then who are you when memory fails? If every recollection is distortion, every identity an invention, every history a fabrication, what remains that you can trust? You live as though decisions are moments of freedom, forks in the road where you survey options and select one. But neuroscience whispers otherwise. The choice is made before you know it. The conscious self lags behind the unconscious, claiming ownership only after the fact. Benjamin Levitt's experiments in the 1980s revealed this unsettling truth. Electroencephalographic recordings showed that brain activity predicting a movement, the readiness potential, occurred several hundred milliseconds before subjects reported the conscious decision to move. Your brain decides before you do. Conscious will is a narrative layered atop processes already in motion. Further studies made the verdict harsher. Using fMRI, researchers like John Dylan Haynes demonstrated the ability to predict decisions up to 7 seconds before participants reported making them. The illusion is not milliseconds but seconds. By the time you feel the weight of choice, the machinery has already locked in its path. You are watching a play, and only afterward telling yourself you were the author. Yet you resist this conclusion. Because choice feels real, you experience deliberation, hesitation, preference. But these too are constructions. Deliberation is not freedom, but conflict between competing neural processes. Hesitation is not control, but noise within circuits. Preference itself is shaped by genetics, conditioning, trauma, culture. Every why behind your decision stretches back into causes outside your command. Consider addiction. The addict insists on quitting, yet relapses again and again. The conscious declaration of will has no sovereignty over the deeper currents of craving. But addiction is not unique. It is merely a clearer case of what defines all action. Every decision is conditioned by forces beneath awareness. Free will is not absent only in the addict. It is absent in you. Even your sense of agency, the feeling that I did this, is fragile. In experiments with transcranial magnetic stimulation, researchers triggered involuntary movements in participants' hands. Yet when asked, subjects often claimed they had moved voluntarily. The mind stitches agency onto whatever happens, whether or not it initiated the act. Ownership of action is not fact, but inference. Philosophy anticipated this collapse. Spinoza wrote that people believe themselves free only because they are ignorant of the causes that determine them. Schopenhauer echoed, "Man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills." Every preference arises unchosen. You did not select your genes, your upbringing, your environment, your traumas. You did not choose the architecture of your desires, nor the timing of your thoughts. They erupt and you call it will. But what is left if freedom collapses? Morality trembles. If no one could have done otherwise, then blame is misplaced. Punishment is retribution without justification. Yet societies run on the assumption of agency. Your laws, your judgments, your identities are built on sand. Remove free will, and justice becomes theater. Ethics a ritual of power rather than principle. And what of identity itself? If each thought arises before you choose it, then who are you? A spectator in your own head? Or worse, a fiction that comes after, a commentator narrating the flow of a life already determined? You are not the author of your story. You are the story itself, unfolding according to scripts you never wrote. The terror deepens when you see that even the act of reflecting on this, of reading these words, of wondering whether free will exists, was not your choice. It was triggered by prior causes, the algorithm that brought you here, the neurons firing before awareness, the conditioning that made you curious. You cannot escape the loop because your very attempt to escape was already decided if choice dissolves under scrutiny. If will is only the shadow of prior causes, then tell me, what remains of you when every decision you thought you made was never yours to begin with? You move through life assuming time is a river flowing forward, carrying you from past to present to future. But the more you look at it, the more unstable it becomes. Time is not what it feels like. Time is not even what it seems to be. Physics strips away the simplicity first. Einstein showed that simultaneity is relative. Two events can be simultaneous for one observer and separated for another. There is no universal now, no shared present moment across the cosmos. What you call the present is local, partial, provisional. Everywhere else, the universe disagrees. From relativity flows a darker conclusion, the block universe. Past, present, and future are all equally real, existing as a four-dimensional structure. Time does not flow. It simply is. You are not moving. From birth to death, you are already stretched across your lifetime, every moment fixed, immutable. The feeling of passage is not an objective truth, but a feature of consciousness. You are a bead strung on a line, but the line exists whole, already complete. Quantum mechanics erodes things further. At microscopic scales, time does not behave as you expect. Particles do not obey linear cause and effect, but exist in superpositions, influencing both past and future states. The delayed choice experiment suggests that actions in the present can retroactively determine what happened in the past. What you thought was fixed is not. What you thought was gone is still vulnerable to change. Even in neuroscience, time fractures. The brain does not process the present as immediate, but as delayed. Every sensation, sight, sound, touch takes milliseconds to arrive and be integrated. Consciousness lags behind reality, stitching events together after they occur. You never experience the true present. You always live fractions of a second in the past, caught in a perpetual delay. And then there is memory, which you once thought stored the past, but now know reconstructs it. If memory is flawed, then even your sense of temporal continuity or belief that yesterday happened, as you recall, is untrustworthy. If your past is unstable and your present delayed, what faith can you place in your future? Philosophy has circled this abyss for centuries. Augustine confessed he could not define time. If no one asks me, I know. If I wish to explain it, I do not know. Heidegger saw human existence as being toward death, time defined by its vanishing horizon. And Nietzsche's eternal recurrence. Imagine time as a cycle, looping infinitely, forcing you to live the same life endlessly. Every joy and every horror repeated without escape. But perhaps the bleakest fracture comes from entropy. Time is nothing more than the measure of disorder increasing. The arrow of time exists because entropy grows. Remove entropy, and time collapses. In the final heat death of the universe, time itself will lose meaning. No change, no difference. No before or after, only stasis. What does it mean to exist when existence has no duration? Now reflect. You cling to the idea that your life is a journey, that you are moving toward something. But if the block universe is true, then you are already there. Every choice you thought was open was already closed. Every moment is fixed, frozen, immutable. You do not move forward, you unfold along coordinates written into space-time. The future is not waiting. It is already here, God. So what, then, is the present moment you believe you inhabit? If it is delayed, relative, provisional, stitched together from fragments and distortions, what does it mean to say, now, at all? You speak of yourself as though you were singular, stable, enduring. You say, I, as though it pointed to something solid. But when you look closely, when you peel back the layers, the self disintegrates. What remains is not a person, but a process. Not a core, but a void. Psychology first unravels the illusion. Split-brain patients, whose corpus callosum was severed to treat epilepsy, reveal a startling fracture. Their left and right hemispheres operate semi-independently, producing conflicting desires and actions. Show one side an image, and it acts without the other knowing why. Yet the conscious mind, the interpreter in the left hemisphere, confabulates a story to explain the behavior. The self is not unity, but patchwork, a fragile truce between competing systems. Neuroscience deepens the cut. The brain is not a central command, but a swarm of processes, modules firing in parallel. Perception, emotion, memory, action all arise from networks that operate semi-autonomously. Consciousness is not the conductor, but the afterthought, stitching a narrative from outputs it did not initiate. The I is a mask worn by chaos. Buddhism intuited this millennia ago. The doctrine of anatta teaches that no permanent self exists. What you call I is merely the aggregation of 5 skandhas: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. None endure. None are you. The self is a designation, not a reality. Meditation dissolves the illusion, revealing emptiness where identity once seemed solid. Even in everyday life, the fractures are visible. Consider dissociative identity disorder, where multiple cells inhabit a single body, each with distinct memories, habits, even physiological responses. But why should this be seen as abnormal? You too shift masks: the professional, the friend, the lover, the child. You perform roles, each with its own posture, vocabulary, affect. Which of these is the true you? Or are they all temporary masks, none more real than the others? Memory betrays you here as well. If identity is built from continuity of memory, and memory is fragile, then so is the self. Forget a period of your life, and that version of you dies. Reinvent your past, and you invent yourself anew. Every retelling of your story reshapes who you believe you are. The self is not discovered but constructed, and every construction is false. Philosophy strips the illusion to bone. David Hume wrote that when he looked within, he found no self, only a bundle of perceptions in constant flux. Derek Parfit argued that personal identity is not what matters. Continuity of consciousness is reducible, fragile, and ultimately dispensable. The self, he insisted, is like a nation, real in convention, not in substance. And biology offers the most merciless blow. Your body replaces itself continuously. Cells die and are renewed. Neurons rewire. Even your gut bacteria, outnumbering your own cells, shape your mood, your cravings, your behaviors. You are not a single entity, but an ecosystem, a colony, a shifting collective. The body you call I is never the same body twice. So what, then, is left? A name, a story, a pattern of habits? But names can change, stories can be rewritten, habits can be broken. The more closely you look, the less there is to hold on to. The self is a hallucination generated for convenience, a mask worn by processes, too chaotic to admit their emptiness. And if the self is a mask, then who is wearing it? You believe words are tools, neutral, flexible instruments you wield to describe the world. But language does not merely describe reality. It shapes, distorts, and confines it. The prison is invisible because you were born inside it. Consider the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. The structure of language influences thought. Cultures with different languages carve the world differently. Some languages lack words for certain colors, and their speakers literally perceive color boundaries differently. Others describe time vertically rather than horizontally, altering how memory and planning unfold. Your language is not transparent. It imposes categories, divisions, and limits that you mistake for reality. Wittgenstein put it more starkly: the limits of my language mean the limits of my world. What you cannot name, you cannot fully think. Your inner monologue, your reasoning, your sense of self-all are bound by the grammar and vocabulary you inherited. What you imagine to be free thought is pre-structured by syntax. You live inside a linguistic cage. Even perception bends to language. Experiments show that people identify shades of color more quickly when their language has distinct names for them. Russians, with separate words for light blue, goluboy, and dark blue, sini, discriminate blues faster than English speakers. Language sharpens some boundaries while blinding you to others. You do not see reality, you see what your language allows you to. And language is not neutral. It is loaded with power. Orwell warned of this in 1984. Control language, and you control thought. Newspeak eliminated words like freedom, so that the concept itself became unthinkable. Your own. Culture practices subtler versions. Euphemisms obscure violence, collateral damage for killing civilians, enhanced interrogation for torture. Language directs perception, dictates morality, shapes what seems possible. But even deeper, language distorts yourself. Inner. Speech, a constant monologue in your head, is saturated with the categories of your native tongue. You think in words, and words are borrowed. They are not yours, but inherited from ancestors, authorities, institutions. When you think I, you invoke a pronoun whose very existence presumes individuality, identity, continuity. The language provides the concept. You mistake it for reality. Philosophy has long warned of this trap. Nietzsche declared that truths are illusions which we have forgotten. Are illusions? Metaphors hardened by use, categories ossified by grammar. Heidegger argued that Western metaphysics itself was a distortion produced by linguistic structures. Even now, your categories of mind and body, object and subject, may be nothing but accidents of grammar, and yet you cannot step outside. Any attempt to describe reality without language collapses into silence. Mystics report ineffable experiences, but in telling them, they clothe them in words already distorted. You cannot think without language, but language ensures you can never think freely. You imagine language expands you, but it constrains you. It carves the continuous world into artificial boundaries, enforces binaries where there are none, binds you to inherited assumptions you cannot see. Your perception, your culture, your morality, your self each is written in grammar and vocabulary. You did not choose dot. So when you speak of freedom, of truth, of self, are you speaking? Or are the words speaking through you? You take comfort in history as though it were a record, a reliable chain of events leading from then to now. You believe the past is solid, that it happened one way and not another, and that your present rests on that foundation. But history is not a foundation. History is an edifice built from fragments, omissions, distortions, and lies that begin with the simple fact: most of the past is gone. The overwhelming majority of human events were never recorded, never preserved. Billions lived and died, their choices, fears, and loves dissolving into silence. The scraps that remain inscriptions, chronicles, artifacts are not representative, but accidental survivals. You build vast narratives from shards. You call it continuity, but it is patchwork. Even what is recorded cannot be trusted. Every historical document is written from a perspective, framed by bias, distortion, and intent. Victors preserve their victories, not their crimes. Empires erase what does not serve them. Archives are curated, censored, destroyed. What you think of as the record of the past is an artifact of power. The voices you hear are the ones permitted to survive. Consider the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Whether myth or fact, the symbol stands. The fragility of knowledge, the ease with which centuries of memory vanish in fire. Or think of the destruction of indigenous histories oral. Traditions suppressed, languages eradicated, entire worldviews erased. History is not what happened, but what remains after systematic forgetting. Even modern records, abundant as they are no more stable. Digital archives degrade, formats become obsolete, data disappears. Vast amounts of the internet's early history are already gone, lost to link rot and corrupted servers. What survives centuries from now will not be a complete record, but another biased sample, another curated illusion. And memory is not limited to documents. Collective memory, what a society believes about itself, is constantly rewritten. Myths of founding, tales of heroes, stories of struggle are polished, adjusted, and repurposed. Nations are built not on truth, but on narrative cohesion. You are taught not what happened, but what must be believed to maintain identity. Even archaeology and science, which claim objectivity, are interpretations. Pottery shards and skeletal remains do not speak. They are arranged into stories by modern minds, influenced by present assumptions. For every artifact, countless reconstructions are possible. You prefer the ones that flatter your worldview, ignoring the others. The past is always reconstructed in the image of the present, and then there is the ultimate instability, memory itself. If individual memory is malleable, as you've already seen, then collective memory is doubly so. What you call history is a social memory, endlessly revised. New documents are unearthed, old ones reinterpreted, myths overturned or resurrected. History is never finished because the past itself is never fixed. It shifts as the present demands. Philosophers recognize this abyss. Nietzsche warned that history is useful only insofar as it serves life, which means it is always distorted. Foucault demonstrated that knowledge of the past is inseparable from power in the present. Even Haddon White argued that historical writing is not science of literature, structured by narrative forms, tragedy, comedy, romance. You believe you study what happened, but you consume stories. And if the stories themselves are unstable, if they change with each generation, then what anchor does the past provide? None. You live not on a foundation, but on shifting sand. The past you think is secure dissolves under your feet. So ask yourself, if history is a curated hallucination, constantly rewritten, endlessly distorted, then on what ground does your present truly stand? You cling to identity as though it were personal, intimate, unique. You say, "This is who I am," as though you authored yourself. But identity is not yours. It is borrowed, assembled, imposed. Every piece of you was given before you had. The chance to choose. Begin with language. You did not invent the words you used to describe yourself. They were placed in your mouth before you could resist. Pronouns, names, categories, male, citizen, sinner, saint were assigned to you. You learned to think within the grammar provided, and in doing so, you accepted its divisions. Identity begins as obedience. Then culture takes its turn. You are told what is admirable, what is shameful, what is possible, what is forbidden. Your sense of pride and guilt, your ambitions and fears, all arise within frameworks you did not design. A soldier in Sparta, a monk in medieval Tibet, a banker in New York, each would feel their identity as natural, inevitable, authentic. Yet each is a different mask stitched by circumstance. Psychology confirms the theft. Social identity theory shows how much of who you are is defined by group membership. You adopt the traits of your in-groups, oppose those of your out-groups. Belonging dictates behavior. Even preferences, what music you like, what food you crave, what values you defend, are shaped by the need to signal loyalty. Individuality is a costume tailored by the crowd. And family engraves deeper marks still. Your genes predispose you. Your caregivers imprint you. Attachment styles, traumas, and rewards carve your personality long before you had language to resist. Even your rebellion against family is still defined by them. An inversion, not an escape. You cannot reject the mold without acknowledging its shape. History adds another layer. The identities available to you are not timeless. Race, gender, class, nationality, these are shifting, constructed categories, redefined across eras. What it means to be Black, woman, American, or worker depends on political struggles, wars, cultural fashions. Your self is contingent, historical, unstable. And neuroscience whispers the harshest truth. Even the feeling of ownership over identity is post hoc. Decisions arise unconsciously, and then your mind invents a narrative of I chose this. Because it's who I am. The interpreter module in your brain generates coherence at all costs. You are not choosing identity. Identity is choosing you, and you are justifying it afterward. Yet you continue to defend this borrowed mask as though it were sacred. You fight wars, endure suffering, inflict cruelty, all to protect who you are. But who are you protecting? A collection of inherited labels, cultural signals, historical accidents. A story told about you, not by you. And when the mask slips, when dementia erases memory, when trauma fractures personality, when exile strips away language, what remains of identity? Nothing but the naked fact of existence, unadorned, without name, and you cannot bear it. That is why you cling to the mask. That is why you defend it, even when you know it was never yours. So ask yourself, if everything you call you was borrowed, imposed, and inherited, then who is the one pretending to own it? You think you see the world. You believe your eyes, your ears, your senses are windows onto reality. But perception is not a mirror. It is a filter, a construction, an editing suite. You do not see what exists. You see what evolution allowed, what attention selects, what the brain fabricates. Consider the blind spot in your vision. Each eye has a hole where the optic nerve exits, a gap in the field of view. Yet you never notice it. Why? Because your brain fills it in, inventing detail. To maintain continuity, you see what is not there, and you believe it effortlessly. This is not error. It is design. The brain prioritizes coherence over truth. Visual illusions reveal the same principle. The Muller-Lyer lines, the dress that seemed blue and black too, some in white and gold to others, the checkerboard shadow illusion, where two squares of identical shade appear different. Each exposes how perception is not passive, but interpretive. Your senses lie systematically, and you cannot override them, even when you know the trick. Attention narrows things further. You do not see the world in full detail. You see fragments selected by focus. Inattentional blindness proves this mercilessly. In the famous invisible gorilla experiment, subjects tasked with counting basketball passes failed to notice a person in a gorilla suit walking through the scene. What you call reality is a keyhole view, most of the world erased before you can notice, and your senses themselves are pitifully limited. The visible spectrum is a sliver of electromagnetic radiation. You are blind to ultraviolet, infrared, X-rays. Your ears detect a narrow range of frequencies, missing the ultrasonic cries of bats, the infrasonic rumbles of elephants. Smell, taste, touch, all are impoverished compared to other creatures. You live in a thin slice of reality, mistaking it for the whole. Even what you do perceive is heavily edited. Sensory data takes time to reach consciousness. To create the illusion of continuity, the brain retroactively stitches events together, smoothing over delays. You do not live in the present, you live in a reconstruction, a hallucination aligned with survival, not accuracy. And the edits go deeper. The brain discards most sensory input before you ever notice it. Every second, millions of signals flood your nervous system, but only a fraction reach awareness. You are shielded from the torrent, allowed to see only what is relevant to immediate survival. You do not see reality. You see usefulness. Philosophy anticipated this filter. Kant argued that we never access the world in itself, only phenomena, structured by the categories of human perception. Schopenhauer likened perception to a veil. Nietzsche declared that truth is a mobile army of metaphors, delusions we live by. The brain agrees. Perception is not objective, it is adaptive. Storytelling. And storytelling is not harmless. It means what you see is always biased, always edited. You believe you perceive others clearly, but stereotypes, expectations, and desires warp the image. You believe you recall events accurately, but perception itself was skewed before memory even began. You never see what is. You only see what your brain allows you to dot. Now consider the implications. If perception shapes reality, and perception is fabricated, then reality for you is fabrication. You live not in the world, but in a model of it, simplified, distorted, hallucinated. And you cannot escape, because the model is all you have dot. So, tell me, if what you see is not the world, only the brain's invention, then how do you know there is a world there at all? You imagine memory as a library, shelves stacked with books you can take down whenever you choose. You believe that when you recall your past, you open a volume and read it faithfully, as it was written. But neuroscience shows the library is a lie. Each time you recall, you rewrite. Each time you remember, you distort. Memory is not a record, it is a construction. Elizabeth Loftus demonstrated this ruthlessly. In a series of experiments, she planted false memories into participants with shocking ease. By suggesting that a subject had once been lost in a shopping mall as a child, or that they had met Bugs Bunny at Disneyland. Impossible. Since Bugs is not a Disney character, Loftus caused participants not only to agree, but to create detailed recollections of these fabricated events. Memory bent under the weight of suggestion. A past became malleable. Even without deliberate manipulation, the act of remembering destabilizes the memory itself. When a memory is recalled, it enters a label state plastic vulnerable before being restored. This process, called reconsolidation, means that every recall risks contamination. New emotions, new interpretations, even stray details can bleed into the memory, altering it permanently. Your past is not fixed. It is edited every time you touch it. Think of eyewitness testimony, long held as a gold standard in courtrooms. Study after study reveals its fragility. Witnesses misidentify suspects with alarming frequency, influenced by stress, leading questions, or the mere passage of time. Entire convictions have crumbled because memories turned out to be illusions believed with absolute conviction. Confidence is no proof of truth. And consider the Mandela effect, a cultural phenomenon where groups of people misremember the same details. Was it Berenstain Bears or Berenstain Bears? Did Darth Vader say, "Luke, I am your father," or "No, I am your father"? Did Monopoly's mascot wear a monocle? These collective misrememberings reveal how malleable even shared history can be. Memory does not merely distort individually. It bends collectively. The brain's reconstructive tendencies explain this. When you recall, the hippocampus pulls fragments of stored experience and assembles them into a coherent story. Gaps are filled with inference, imagination, and context. What feels like faithful playback is improvisation. The more you recall an event, the more opportunity for distortion. Paradoxically, the clearest memories are often the least accurate. Trauma shows another edge of memory's distortion. Traumatic memories can become intrusive, fragmented, or altered. Some victims vividly recall details that never occurred. Others lose access entirely. The brain does not protect truth, it protects survival. Sometimes that means erasure, sometimes distortion, sometimes obsessive repetition. History itself mirrors this instability. Collective memory, shaped by narratives, myths, and national identities, is constantly rewritten. What textbooks emphasize or omit, what monuments celebrate or destroy, these are not neutral choices. They are acts of selective remembering and forgetting. The story of humanity is as vulnerable to distortion as the story of your childhood. Now consider your own past. The day you met someone you love, the moment of humiliation you never forgot, the victory that defined you. Each one has been rewritten by recall. Each one has been altered by suggestion, by emotion, by the sheer passage of time. What you hold as the core of your identity, your memories, are not the past. They are stories. And the stories keep changing. So ask yourself, if memory is the foundation of your identity, and memory is an unreliable reconstruction, then who are you but a character in a story that was never truly written? You believe history is the record of what happened. You imagine archives and textbooks as vast containers of truth, preserving the sequence of human events so the future can understand the past. But history is not preservation, it is selection. It is not memory, it is forgetting. What you call history is only the residue of choices made by the victors, the survivors, the powerful. Consider the burning of the Library of Alexandria, that mythical catastrophe where centuries of accumulated knowledge vanished. Whether the loss was gradual or sudden, the result remains. Untold works of philosophy, science, history, and literature disappeared forever. Civilizations we might never know, inventions we might never replicate, worldviews alien to our own erased. What survived is not the full story of humanity, but the fragments that chance, power, and geography allowed. Even what is recorded is edited. George Orwell wrote, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." This is not metaphor, but method. Regimes rewrite history to justify their power. Stalin's Soviet Union literally altered photographs, erasing purged officials from images as though they had never existed. The memory of people was extinguished, not only in the body, but in the record. What happens to truth when its evidence is destroyed? But distortion is not only political, it is cultural. National myths sanitize atrocity, transforming conquest into destiny, genocide into settlement, slavery into labor. School curricula gloss over the blood that built empires, replacing horror with heroism. Every society tells itself a story of origin, progress, and moral legitimacy, and every society edits ruthlessly to maintain it. And beyond distortion lies absence. Countless voices were never recorded at all: the poor, the illiterate, the colonized, the enslaved, the silenced. History's archive is not neutral, it is exclusionary. You know the names of kings and generals, but not the billions whose anonymous labor sustained them. The record is skewed by who had the power to write and who was denied the pen. Even when records exist, interpretation twists them. Archaeologists piece together fragments of pottery, bones, and ruins, weaving narratives from shards. But each narrative is speculative, provisional, subject to bias. Historians construct causality where there may have been only chaos. You believe in the continuity of history, but continuity is imposed, not discovered. Memory at the collective level is no more reliable than memory at the individual level. Nations mythologize, religions sanctify, institutions curate. The gaps are filled with imagination and ideology, and you inherit these stories as though they were fact, never questioning how much was erased before the story reached you. Think of your own life. Imagine if only your successes were remembered, your failures erased. Imagine if only one version of events was preserved, the others struck out. Would that be your history or your propaganda? Humanity has done the same on a global scale. What you call history is propaganda on a timescale too vast to notice. Now consider this. If the majority of human experience has been lost, erased, or rewritten, then what confidence can you have in the sliver that remains? When you think about history, are you studying reality or the ruins of a lie? You imagine words as tools, transparent vessels that carry meaning from one mind to another. You trust language as the foundation of thought itself, the structure that allows you to reason, communicate, and define reality. But language is not transparent. It is a cage. It shapes what you can say, and by shaping speech, it shapes thought. You do not use language. Language uses you. Consider the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, the idea that the structure of a language influences perception. Cultures with multiple words for shades of blue can distinguish them faster. Cultures without tense markers perceive time differently. The Hopi, for example, describe time not as past, present, and future, but as manifested and manifesting, dissolving the linearity you assume to be natural. Language is not a map of reality. It is a filter through which reality is distorted. Wittgenstein put it brutally. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. You cannot think outside language because thought itself is scaffolded by linguistic categories. You do not notice this prison because you were born into it, raised within its walls, trained to mistake its confines for freedom. Even your sense of identity is trapped in language. The pronoun I feels natural, inevitable, but it is a linguistic invention. Some languages do not even structure selfhood in the same way. In Japanese, subjects are often omitted entirely. In certain indigenous languages, the self dissolves into relational verbs rather than fixed nouns. Your very notion of I may be an artifact of grammar, not truth, and words are not precise. They fracture under scrutiny. The word tree covers oak and pine, redwood and bonsai, as though they were the same. But the category is artificial, a convenient abstraction. Every word is a generalization, a violence done to the uniqueness of reality. Language flattens complexity into tokens, trading truth for efficiency. Worse, language manipulates. Politicians, advertisers, propagandists twist words into weapons. Euphemisms disguise atrocity, collateral damage for civilian deaths, enhanced interrogation for torture. Labels divide people into categories: enemy, criminal, immigrant, that erase individuality. Words are not neutral. They are instruments of control, and the illusion goes deeper. You think in words, but words are not reality. They are symbols, arbitrary sounds tied to concepts. The word fire does not burn. The word death does not kill. Yet your emotions respond as though they did. Words conjure fear, desire, rage, devotion, not because they are real, but because the brain cannot help reacting to symbols as though they were the things themselves. Philosophers have long suspected this trap. Nietzsche declared, "We believe that we know something about the things themselves when we speak of trees, colors, snow, and flowers. And yet we possess nothing but metaphors of things which in no way correspond to the original entities." What you call knowledge may be nothing more than a web of metaphors spun by language, a web you mistake for reality. So ask yourself, if every thought is structured by words, and words are distortions, then is it possible that your entire reality is nothing more than the echo chamber of language, an endless hall of mirrors where nothing exists but symbols reflecting symbols? You believe there is a solid core to you, a self that persists through time, a center that thinks, feels, and acts. You call it I. You imagine it as the author of your life, the witness of your experiences, the owner of your body. But neuroscience, psychology, and philosophy converge on a darker truth. The self is not essence, it is narration. What you call you is a story the brain tells itself, and the story is always being revised. Split brain studies make this explicit. When the corpus callosum, the bridge between the brain's hemispheres, is severed, the two halves of the punna brain function semi-independently. In experiments, one hemisphere was shown a command, stand up, and the subject obeyed. When asked why they stood, the other hemisphere, cut off from the command, invented a reason. I needed to stretch. The brain created a story to explain the behavior after the fact. The self was not the author, it was the interpreter. Interpreter is what psychologists call the narrative self. It is not continuous, it is assembled moment by moment. Memories are stitched together into a linear story, even though consciousness itself flickers in fragments. You are not one, being persisting through time. You are an ongoing act of storytelling, with the illusion of unity imposed afterward. Meditative traditions have long pointed to this. In Buddhism, the doctrine of anatta denies the existence of a permanent self. The I is a bundle of aggregate sensation, perception, mental formations, consciousness, constantly shifting, never stable. The ego is illusion. Modern neuroscience agrees. No brain region houses the self. There is no homunculus in the head. There is only a network of processes, each claiming ownership of experience. None truly in control, and yet the illusion is powerful. When you look in the mirror, you feel continuity. The child you were, the adult you are, the old age you anticipate. But continuity is not identity. The child is gone. The adult has changed. The future self will be someone else. Derek Parfit's thought experiments capture this disintegration. If a person were teleported by disassembly and reassembly, is the copy still you? If your brain were split into two functioning halves, both claiming continuity, who is the original? The self collapses under division. Even in ordinary life, the cracks show. Amnesia erases swaths of memory, yet the person persists. Personality disorders fracture identity. Brain injuries alter behavior so profoundly that loved ones describe a new person emerging. If the self were solid, how could it fracture so easily? Your sense of authorship, too, is fragile. You feel that you decide, that you choose. But as Libet's experiments showed, the brain prepares actions before you are aware of choosing them. The story of the self, the author of will, arrives after the act, claiming credit. The self is a narrator, not a commander. And narrators embellish. They suppress contradictions, smooth over inconsistencies, impose causality where none exists. Your self-narrative is not truth, it is coherence. It edits the chaos of experience into a digestible fiction, and you believe the fiction because it is all you have. So, if the self is not an essence, but a story, if you are nothing but a tale told by the brain to itself, then what happens when the storyteller stops speaking? You live as though time flows, a river carrying you from past to present, future. You measure it in clocks, calendars, birthdays, deadlines. You trust its direction, its linearity, its inevitability. But the more closely you examine time, the less it resembles a river, and the more it collapses into paradox. What you call time may be nothing but perception, a fragile ordering imposed on chaos. Physics dismantles your assumptions first. Einstein showed that time is not universal. It bends with gravity, stretches with velocity. A clock orbiting Earth ticks differently than one on the ground. Astronauts age a little slower than those who remain below. There is no single flow of time. Each frame of reference carries its own tempo. Already, your everyday sense of shared time disintegrates. The arrow of time seems obvious. You remember the past, not the future. Entropy increases, not decreases. But entropy itself is statistical, not absolute. On a microscopic scale, particles collide reversibly. The laws of physics, at their most fundamental, do not distinguish past from future. The arrow emerges only from probability, not necessity. The universe does not forbid reversal. It simply makes it unlikely. Philosophers, too, have questioned your assumptions. Augustine confessed that he knew what time was until someone asked him to define it. MacTaggart argued that time itself was unreal, an illusion created by the mind's need to order events. If the past, present, and future are categories without objective grounding, then your entire lived sense of progression may be fiction. And perception compounds the problem. Neuroscience reveals that consciousness lags behind reality. Sensory data arrives asynchronously, sight slower than touch, sound slower than both. The brain reconciles these delays by stitching them into a seamless present. You live not in the now moment, but in a reconstruction of the moment, half a second behind. The present itself is a hallucination, continuously updated to appear whole. Your memory anchors time as a sequence, but memory is fallible, as you've seen. Without memory, the flow of time collapses into disconnected instants. Without anticipation, the future does not exist. Time, then, is not a thing, it is a psychological construct, woven by memory and expectation, fragile as a dream. And yet you plan, regret, hope. You imagine a narrative of life unfolding, birth to death. But physics suggests a block universe, where past, present, and future coexist simultaneously, where your birth and your death are equally real in space-time. The flow you feel may not exist outside of perception. If the block model is true, you do not move through time. Your entire life is already laid out, static, immutable. Free will dissolves not only into biology, but into geometry. Even at the quantum level, time resists coherence. Some interpretations suggest retrocausality, where future events influence the past. Experiments with entangled particles hint at correlations that defy temporal order. Cause and effect blur. The foundation of time is sequence erodes. Now consider your life again. Every choice you thought unfolded in time, every hope pinned on the future, every regret anchored in the past. What if all of it exists simultaneously, immutable, unchanging? What if your sense of moving forward is nothing but the brain's desperate attempt to impose narrative on an eternal frozen block? If time is not a river, but an illusion stitched by memory, if past and future coexist with equal reality, then tell me, what exactly is the present you believe yourself to inhabit right now? You live by cause and effect. Strike a match, flame appears. Push a glass, it falls. You build your understanding of the world on the assumption that events follow one another with necessity, that every effect has a cause. Without causality, there is no science, no reason, no stability. And yet, the more closely you look at causality, the more it begins to collapse into illusion. David Hume first attacked its certainty. He observed that you never perceive causation directly. You see one event, then another. You infer the link, but inference is not proof. The flame following the match may appear necessary, but all you actually observe is constant conjunction, this followed by that, again and again. The necessity of causality exists not in the world, but in the mind. You expect the future to resemble the past, but that expectation has no rational foundation. Science itself reveals fractures. At the quantum level, events occur without deterministic causes. Radioactive decay, the exact moment when an atom releases a particle, is fundamentally probabilistic. No cause determines the instant. You can predict likelihoods, never certainties. Causality, once thought to be the bedrock of reality, dissolves into probability clouds. Worse, some interpretations of quantum mechanics allow retrocausality, future events influencing the past. The delayed choice quantum eraser experiment suggests that the way a particle behaves can be determined by a measurement made after it has already acted. If cause can come after effect, then causality is not just fragile, it is reversible. Even in classical systems, causality falters under complexity. Chaotic dynamics amplify tiny differences into divergent outcomes, making predictability impossible. Weather systems, economies, ecosystems all resist linear cause and effect understanding. You believe action A leads to consequence B, but in reality, causes splinter into webs of interactions, many invisible, many unknowable. And psychology exposes another weakness. Humans are addicted to causal stories, even when none exist. You see patterns in randomness, attribute intention to coincidence, invent reasons for accidents. The brain cannot tolerate events without cause, so it fabricates explanations. The world becomes coherent at the cost of truth. Think of superstition. Knocking on wood, avoiding black cats, carrying talismans. These rituals persist because humans link outcomes to actions with no causal relationship. But superstition is not a relic, it is a symptom. Even modern life runs on illusions of causality. Financial forecasts, political narratives, personal justifications. You demand that events make sense, even when they don't. Now look inward. Your own choices feel causal. You decided because of reasons, and those reasons produced actions. But neuroscience complicates this. Your brain generates impulses before you become aware of deciding. The reasons you later give are rationalizations, post hoc explanations. A sense of causal authorship is narrative, not mechanism. If causality collapses, if what you call cause and effect is just habit, probability, and storytelling, then your very structure of reality crumbles. Science, history, morality, responsibility, each rests on the presumption that causes lead to effects. But if the foundation is unstable, what remains standing? So tell me, if nothing truly causes anything, if what you see as necessity is only habit and illusion, then what holds your world together? At all? You take consciousness for granted. You wake, open your eyes, and there it is, the field of awareness, the sense of being. You imagine that science will one day explain it fully, that the mystery of consciousness is temporary, waiting only for neuroscience to map the brain with enough precision. But consciousness is not a problem science is close to solving. It is the problem that destabilizes everything else. Philosopher David Chalmers called it the hard problem. Explaining the mechanics of perception, memory, attention. These are easy problems, solvable in principle by describing neural processes. But explaining why any of it feels like something, the raw experience of pain, the redness of red, the taste of salt, remains utterly opaque. Matter and electricity, arranged in neurons, somehow produce subjectivity. Why should they? Why should there be anything it is like to be you? Some argue that consciousness is an illusion. Daniel Dennett suggests that subjective experience is nothing more than the brain's narrative, a user interface with no deeper substance. But illusions themselves must be experienced. If consciousness were illusion, what is experiencing the illusion? The explanation devours itself. Others claim panpsychism, that consciousness pervades the universe, that matter itself has a proto-awareness, and the brain is simply a complex arrangement that intensifies it. But this does not solve the problem, it spreads it. If everything is conscious, the mystery multiplies. Theories proliferate: integrated information theory, global workspace theory, higher order thought. Each attempts to link brain structure to awareness, yet none explain why matter should light up at all. They describe correlations, not causes. They map the shadows, never the source of light. And then there are experiments that destabilize the little certainty you have. Split brain patients show multiple streams of consciousness within a single skull. People under anesthesia sometimes report awareness despite being unconscious. Psychedelics dissolve the boundaries of self, producing unity or infinity. Consciousness bends and fractures, suggesting it is not a single thing but a spectrum, an unstable construct. Worse, the continuity of your consciousness is itself an illusion. Neuroscience shows awareness flickers brief frames stitched together by memory. You are not continuously conscious, but intermittently so, like frames in a film. The sense of unbroken experience is a reconstruction. You may vanish many times, each second, and you do not notice dot. And if continuity is illusion, what of death? You imagine death as a singular boundary, a final end of consciousness. But if consciousness is already fragmented, flickering, discontinuous, then what exactly? Ends? Was there ever an unbroken you to terminate? Philosophy, physics, biology, they all stumble here. No framework explains why the lights are on rather than off. And until that is explained, everything else remains suspect. So consider, if consciousness is inexplicable, irreducible, resistant to every theory, then what are you but the unanswerable question at the center of your own existence? You believe you are arriving here by choice, that you could have stopped reading, looked away, resisted. But from the beginning, this descent was inevitable. Every step was carved by prior steps, every question folded into the next. You do not guide yourself to this conclusion. You are delivered to it. Determinism has haunted philosophy for centuries. If the universe obeys physical law, then every state of matter is the consequence of the state before it. The position of each atom, each neuron, each synapse set by prior configurations. The Big Bang's first conditions determined everything. The spiral of galaxies, the birth of Earth, the motion of your hand across the page, the thought you call choice. Nothing escapes the chain. You imagine freedom within the chain, but freedom without escape is no freedom at all. Like a puppet who mistakes the length of the string for autonomy, you move as you must. Neuroscience makes this literal. Libet's readiness potential revealed the brain's decisions arise before awareness. More recent studies with fMRI can predict choices seconds before subjects believe they make them. The future you believe you shape has already been inscribed in your nervous system. Some argue for randomness as salvation. Quantum indeterminacy, they say, breaks the chain. But randomness is not freedom. A choice determined by chance is no freer than one determined by law. Freedom demands authorship, and neither determinism nor indeterminism grants it. The choice is an illusion either way. Your life, then, unfolds like a book already written. You read page after page, believing you dictate the story, but the words are fixed, waiting only for your eyes. You tell yourself you could have acted differently, that you could have chosen another path. But every neuron, every synapse, every memory and desire was the product of conditions you did not choose. Even your sense of regret is predetermined. Another sentence in the same book. And what of responsibility? What of morality? If every crime, every kindness, every betrayal, every forgiveness was inevitable, then judgment collapses. The murderer could not help but murder. The savior could not help but save. Yet society persists in punishing, rewarding, condemning, as though anyone could have done otherwise. We perform morality like a ritual play whose actors cannot alter their lines. Even resistance collapses into the script. If you reject determinism, if you insist you are free, even that rejection was predetermined by your nature, your past, your neurons firing in exact obedience to physics. Denial itself was written. And so, as you arrive here, at the end of these illusions, understand, you could not have stopped. Every yes you gave to continue was determined before you began. You were always going to arrive at this moment. You were always going to confront this conclusion. So now the final question waits, the one from which there is no refuge. If everything, including your belief in freedom, was inevitable from the first moment of time, then who or what do you imagine has been living your life at all?